Halo, 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 tes.
Good morning, dear colleagues all over the world. Network Skillman. This morning, having concentration on one of the major needs for the future, and that will be micro-credential evaluation. I have prestigious speakers this morning from all the significant main stakeholders in the world. Experts in the field who will bring to our notice the research, the actual research status of the European Union, the OECD, the people from the agencies like the Engineering Network and others in the world to look about the evaluation, validation of micro-credentials. So it is very important for us, and I thought yesterday, as the first speaker, what is my role to present it? And I have redesigned my originally prepared PowerPoint last night because I said, yes, they need somebody who is speaking about the base, who is speaking about the ground documents and the situation in the world now, because they are experts who will then detailed show their thoughts and the results of the research, and they need to do that on the base. And I'm speaking today about the base of credential evaluation, and I have named this micro-credential evaluation 5.0, because it is a new field. And you will see soon when my PowerPoint is up, we're just uploading the PowerPoint.
Not yet. I'm restarting the computer.
Okay.
So
we are restarting the system new, but I will already starting with my presentation and go ahead. So you all know we do have the situation of Industry 4.0. 4 years ago, Mr. Schwab has given out the book Industry 4.0, and in the World Economic Forum we started to discuss about the role in the world of the Industry 4.0. And that was parallel to the first developments in the field of digitalization, digital transformation, and all that. And it came just to the right time. And all stakeholders has overtaken this. And now we are going ahead. You can see in my presentation then that we are maybe a little bit stopped by the times of disruptions now, this multi-disrupted time, but that is not stopping the disruption of digitalization, digital transformation in the world. So everything is going very quick ahead, and we are going ahead in a tempo we never had in the past. Before we moved with steps of some years, now within months we are creating new fields and new levels of developments, and we are using that as well in the practice-based field. So yes, Industry 4.0 means giving from the hand of the human being a job to the robots, to the machines, automated fields, to artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, and many more. So it's clear. But I will speak now because everything is already starting now. We are already in the future. The future is starting yesterday, not now. And I will speak today about the big need of humanity. When we now will have soon the machines everywhere, and the decision to the machines, and when millions of people will lose their jobs, and and have to overtake new jobs. And when we are in the field of skilling, upskilling, and reskilling, then we have a new need in the world. And mainly, that is the start. You can go already one ahead, please. And I'm just speaking about that. Yes, look this. From Industry 4.0 to Humanity 5.0. That means we need to feel that the robots are giving it to the hands of the human beings back. That we are able to create humanity, and not only human development, humane development is the need. The humane field is that what we are in German saying Menschlichkeit. And Menschlichkeit ist eine Ziel, die es wirklich braucht. So not only human beings are using the humane field as well animals, as well other organizations can be using the field of humanity. That's what Martin once described his philosophy. Yes, so please go to the next slide. So when we are on the way to give that back, and I said are disrupted at the moment, and we have multi-disruption situations in the world. And I spoke with colleagues in the world, and they said me, Earth, we don't will come out of type of disruptions the next 100 years. And then I created this institute under the chair of the University of Legal, the Institute N21 Future, E21 Future Management and Education for the 21st century future. Because we have to with this. So we have to learn to have success in a multi-disrupted time. Next, please.
Not too close. You are too close.
So we started in the world. I already have worked with that since 20 years, but we started in the world officially at the United Nations 2015 when we spoke about holistic development, the SDGs, the 17 special highways to the future. And today in our conference, we are very, very attractive because we're speaking about the needs of the priorities of the world for the future. Skillman is really having the nose in the wind, you have to know. Because Skillman is, I asked myself about an ideal definition of Skillman, a new definition of Skillman. And I thought Skillman is the network of networks and stakeholders in the world. And I really think we are now opening the door to the room of the stakeholders for the future. And therefore, one of the first priorities will be the digital revolution. That's already running. The second field is the green revolution. COP26 we already have seen. We are on that track already. Then, of course, since 2017, 2018, the social inclusion is as well a revolution and very important. And the field number 4, the micro. So we go to the next slide. Thanks. Very quick through this preparation for the digital age with smart technologies is the one field. And you see here facial recognition is already everywhere. We don't know that because they know us because we are registered everywhere. When I'm going to back to UK, I'm on CCTV everywhere. The first step in UK I've already recorded. Next slide, please. So as well, the green revolution, the Green Deal for the world. This is at the moment a paradigm shift. You see COP26, you see here an architect who is creating smart cities. smart city development. Next, please. Yes, here the 20 pillars of social rights from the European Union, very important. 2017, 2018, we really created that, and it is a pathway for social rights worldwide, because we know when you are doing education, when you are doing the SDGs against poverty and other fields, then you are going to a field of inclusion, then you are going to a field of social rights, and this is one of the priorities of the 21st century, the priorities 21. Next, please. And then, when I prepared this, I made a search about the field number 4, micro-credential field. At the moment, there are two main groups researching in this field. The group of the European Union researchers with allied agencies and experts, and the field of the OECD researchers on the other hand. And you can go to America, you can go to Australia, Africa, and everybody knows about micro-credential evaluation. And some of them, the OECD field, is speaking about alternative credentials. The European guys are speaking about micro-credential. And at the moment, we are looking to find a wording for the future for this. I think it will be that it's already that what I can give you, but the colleagues and experts who are following me here will say that it's already going in the direction of micro-credential evaluation. But it will add different other fields. So you see here in the red room part, the United States definition of micro-credentials. The EHIA room is the definition of the EHIA field of the European higher education areas, 48 countries. And on the right side, the oceanic field, that is the oceanic nations who are speaking about that as well. So all of them say till now, micro-credential is a short portion. There are some legal short courses that need to be validated and recognized. Can we go to the next page? So that's what we have to do at the moment. Outcome-oriented learning and benchmarking of outcomes. And my colleagues, especially generic, speak about the right validation of credentials. They already are doing that since it's not a new field worldwide. And the recognition of credentials is the aim. And we are nowadays speaking about microfield, a mesofield, and a macro level. What does that mean? Micro means the individual or the individual organization, that is the local and regional recognition. The mesofield is the field of the national recognition. National recognition or several national areas recognition is the mesofield. Then we have as well the macro level field. That means the world, the global recognition. And that is very important because of, like you can see, can you slide? Are coming up.
Only us. They see your.
Okay.
Sorry. Please go on.
Do you have the next slide?
Yes, just a moment, because I think the system here.
Otherwise, I'm going out. Say orally, skilling upskilling
here.
and reskilling. Yes. And in this field, it's totally clear that people really to courses short-term or recognition. So the great reset economic as and is going on means this new stakeholder approach where reacting, resetting, thinking, truly redesigning, reinforcing, reorienting, covering, renewing, means that we are redefining the goals in this chance of the transformation for a good world to the future. Next, please. In this time, we really has to make the skills for change and the education. Because I said it before, people are not going for courses and they are not getting any qualifications who are recognized. No, not yet. People are not going for courses without any recognition. And they are not working if they don't have any money. That is now the next field. They are not going to studies if they are not getting any certificates who are recognized at the end. And that is the job of micro-credential evaluation. And there are so many, tremendous many good universities and private leaders in the world doing good jobs, good transformations, good teachings, good education, are not recognized because some ivory towers are deciding this is good and this is not good. This is allowed and this is not allowed. Sorry. We have really to reshape this unethical behavior of some people who think they are taking the markets. We are in a stream of outcome-oriented education. That means every is private or who is state-oriented is developing outcomes for learning in the next place, in the field of not only formal, with first of all with the SDGs, next please, and as well you see that here I've created this competency propeller some years ago. For it was only the red field allowed the formal learning. Now you can see the green and the blue field is allowed non-formal and informal learning. That means in this 360-degree learning possibility, we have providers of states, universities, academies, private academies, and if they are really helping for skilling, upskilling, and reskilling, the authorities in the has the great job to give them the right of recognition. Please. And we need to have in this resetting, in this redesigning, new fields of competencies for the future. We already have defined 2018 the key competencies for lifelong learning. By the way, we have started the idea of lifelong learning in 2000, no, already 1998, in fact, because then we have created the Bologna process and the Bologna development. In the year 2020, we really have started lifelong learning, but nobody has done it. All ministries of the world have signed this and said, yes, of course we do. I was in a meeting 28 in London as one of the senior experts to prepare the meeting. All ministries came alongside and signed the validation of non-formal and informal learning. And you should know, and nobody has done something. Now in this crisis, we have the chance to start with this. Next, please, I'm sure. So let's go to the global quality benchmarking, validation and recognition, portability of micro-credential qualifications for a micro, meso, macro level. The basics are already given. You see them below in my screen. So the last slide. So many thanks. Let's go together. Transformation of micro-credential evaluation 5.0. The robots are doing a good job, but we human beings has to overtake the field again, because there is a need of humanity in the world. Only the digital is not so in the world for the future in a good manner. We need human beings to do so. So you see, there is a good answer at the end. You are not only losing maybe your job, but you will have hundreds of other jobs are much more needed for solving this planet, this green and blue planet for the future. Many thanks.
Your introduction be interesting, because I know you, how you are passionate with the field and your the expertise that you put at our disposal every day. So in my network, I think I can also speak at the name of the Alliance. I have in front here the President-elect of and I think that we can be to for this important contribution, not only to this debate, but to the daily work that we run together. So this is your section, Luz. I don't want to take your place. There are the speakers. I see with the speaker, Karen, good morning. And we see each other. We had some interaction to prepare this session, I remember. And finally, we to have you here. Thank you very much. Do you have the program, or do you want that I help you because I have the computer?
But I'm happy that already online here, one of the experts of the field, and I'm getting now the program as well. Please.
The next one was, as I introduced already, today we have is head of the vision for local employment and economic development. And I would say that I underline this year is giving a very important contribution to SIF, because the video speech of Andreas Schlecker, yesterday, and help us to understand better and so as an opportunity for searches that can understand how we can as a network and what our can get as an opportunity to interact and to benefit from important work that they do. So much, but I have understood from the previous context that you are doing searches and activities. I have noted that we have similarities in some approach. We discussed this. I have something to present that is much in line with the discussion of yesterday and before yesterday. Just a brief note: the first day of the dedicated to understand the opinion, the directions, the intentions of the bodies that our counterparts in some time and our partners in some other time. Then we had the pledges of new coming to the Skillman network and to the Alliance. And then we yesterday go into we started to discuss, and there were some keywords. Yesterday, that there is now a possibility to think about. We now have the ability and chance to make this education for the future better, because there are some needs to do it. So let's give the floor and to the presentation and the authentic information about the OECD.
Great, thank you so much. I think it was a little choppy to hear, but I think you just passed the floor to me. Is that right, Urs? Excellent, thank you. Well, welcome. Glad to join you all, calling in here from our offices in Paris. Glad to join you virtually, I guess, in your plenary. So I will just open up and share my screen while we're talking, and just to say that as was mentioned, I'm coming from a part of the OECD that looks in particular about the local implications for employment and skills and a few other areas as part of our local employment and economic development program. So as was mentioned, I will complement a bit some of the elements that were raised by the director of our Directorate for Education Skills and other colleagues who intervened earlier this week. So what I thought I would do, and it actually, I think, dovetails nicely with what was mentioned earlier about some of these big trends, was to really lay out some of these trends that are impacting what are skills needs in different types of regions and local areas, and then go into a bit some of the other issues on micro-credentials in particular. And our directorate, so not where I work, but another directorate, has just come out with a couple papers that I think will be very interesting for colleagues to check out after the session on micro-credentials. And then to think, you know, practically who can be involved given this sort of national, regional consideration. And I'm going to try and, since when I'm on the screen here, I can't see the time, but I think I probably have another 15 minutes or so. So just to keep, for me to keep track, but don't hesitate to jump in since I can't see the timer. So a few points we just wanted to raise, that of course, what we're hearing a lot of is a mismatch between the training offer and local employment needs. We're hearing a lot of issues about the slow pace of change in formal training systems and how this is becoming a barrier for employers. And in particular, some challenges with those who are maybe less advantaged in the labor market and the challenges in engaging with training. So, you know, what we hear in our different activities here at the Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, regions, and cities. Another element that we really try to pay attention to is, you know, what has changed as a result of COVID relative to some of these underlying trends that were already mentioned, and Urs raised some of these. And, you know, the first one being, of course, automation and digitalization. The pace will be accelerated with COVID. I mean, any crisis, there's a greater investment in capital within firms, and with COVID and the social distancing requirements, in a sense, this has supercharged the push towards digitalization and automation. It's also, of course, changed a bit our modes of living, working, and consumption that we'll raise in a moment. Another is just, of course, the green transition, as was raised. You know, we just have a COP, and there's, of course, other issues associated with changes in consumer preferences, the different public investment programs for green infrastructure. And here we see that actually a lot of the challenge is labor. We don't have enough skilled people in order to fill some of these ambitious investment packages. And then, of course, some of the tensions in some of those communities where, of course, they are highly embedded in sectors that have perhaps a stronger need for transition. Another issue being the globalization and supply chains, just to keeping that in mind. And I know with a lot of the discussions you're having amongst the, in the manufacturing sector, of course, what does this mean for relocalization, nearshoring, going from just in time to just in case, and what's that going to be for skills needs and implications. And then, of course, what does that mean for the geography of where these jobs are going to be? And we've always seen a sort of in most developed countries and even in developing countries, this push towards urbanization and a need to consider what to do in those areas that are maybe a bit more rural. But with the opportunities for hybrid working and teleworking, there may be more of a disconnect between where we live and work. So just to frame some of those issues, to put a few numbers on these, the estimates of the OECD on automation risk highlight that around 14% of jobs overall are at high risk of automation, meaning that over 70% of the tasks could be accomplished by some form of digital or automated processes. So that's a number, but actually I think what's the more important number is that actually 32% are at risk of significant change. And that 32% means that there's still a lot of reskilling that needs to take place. So the numbers are actually much bigger when you think of the reskilling needs and where we might have an opportunity to use micro-credentials to address those massive changes. And of course, the place and those risks are, of course, higher in more manufacturing intensive regions, and the range is between 4 and 40% across regions in the OECD, and the share of those jobs that are just at high risk, not even taking into account all of those that are likely to have a significant change in the tasks that they're doing. And this, of course, comes on the back of already long-term changes in manufacturing employment across OECD regions that were in place, and changes in structural changes that were preceding COVID and any other accelerated digitalization as a result. The other, in terms of the green transition, I mean, we've been looking at the geography of where those jobs are likely to be lost. And this is an area where, of course, if you look at coal-intensive regions and other kinds of regions, but there's also a big consideration for the reskilling and the changes in skills needs as a result of the impacts of changes in manufacturing processes, agricultural processes, all sorts of issues where the needs will radically change over time with environmental imperatives. And also just, again, this geographic mobility and what this means for where the jobs will be located and where people will be living. And this is going to be really, I think, an interesting trend, but that everyone is watching. And of course, in many manufacturing jobs, you have to be there, but increasingly there are many that are done remotely. And so we have to kind of keep that into scenarios and for where we're going to attract the workers and where they can access their skills. So, I think another consideration just to kind of keep in mind is, of course, a lot of the work that has traditionally been done to support all of this is done through innovation clusters and platforms and centers of excellence and other activities that are really trying to build on regional and local advantages and areas of specialization. And they've had, of course, different names over time and different approaches. But needless to say, I think those local benefits by having co-location of firms, universities, workers, et cetera, will still be there. Despite the change in this potential geography with remote working, and we still want to capitalize on that proximity as really nodes in these global networks. And of course, this is also being supported by a number of different policy streams. And I know a lot of the discussion today is on skills and issues associated with.
Hello, test. That was working.
Yep.
Sorry.
Okay, no
Please.
problem. No problem, Giovanni. Just to say that, of course, we benefit from lots of different policy areas that are also reinforcing this need to inform and support these different clusters and areas of and centers of excellence and activities, whether it's from regional type policies, and I put in red, of course, smart specialization that's on a lot of people's minds, but also different areas of science and technology policy, industrial enterprise policies, and higher education policies. So all of these have been in different ways trying to reinforce and support these local regional efforts to help businesses, and increasingly the connection has been also on the skills side. So not only what are we doing for the firms, but what are we doing in order to make sure that they have the right workers. I think I'll skip over this part a little bit in the interest of time, but just to say that the OECD has also been looking at these different types of where we have skills mismatches. And, a lot of this is based on just general education levels and trying to understand whether the place really in the firm demand for skills and the supply of skills is really, on a high skill track, a low skill track, or there's sort of a mismatch. But here is also an area where, you can't radically change the education profile entirely of a region, but maybe micro-credentials can help chip in helping to address some of these issues of skills mismatch or desire to move towards the more higher skill equilibrium. And just to visualize this from a geographic perspective, just you can see in France and the UK a bit, the kinds of diversity you can see even within a country on these skills issues. And then before getting to just the micro-credential papers itself, I just wanted to, again, have us think a little bit about what are the different skills for which micro-credentials could be, we could think about, because there's a lot of need, of course, for cognitive and technical skills. An area that is actually much more challenging, and business schools and others try to address some of these socio-emotional skills with advanced leaders programs and things like that. But there is a concern and an interest in this because that's what employers are looking for. And even in the manufacturing sector, creativity is, of course, one of the areas that helps increase value added for manufacturing sectors. And so that's another skill set in an area where there's sort of a need for thinking about these skills within the regional economy, even if it's a manufacturing intensive place. And then, of course, entrepreneurial and all sorts of other skills. So just to keep in mind the wide range of types of skills that we can be thinking about. In terms of the role of micro-credentials, there's a lot of issues associated with what is recognized and what do people have and what are they acquiring and learning, and that can happen through micro-credentials. And just, of course, better using people and their skills to contribute to that push towards humanity 5.0 that Urs mentioned. There's so many different benefits to individuals, to firms, and to local economies, from a person perspective, well-being, wages, from a firm perspective, keeping workers, improving productivity, and then for local economies. So it's really a win-win on this skills agenda when it works out. So a couple papers, so I'm just flagging this, they're done by colleagues, so I just want to clarify that. But I did, given the topic of today, want to make sure that you're made aware of this work by the OECD. A couple papers just came out a few weeks ago, looking specifically at micro-credentials and, of course, the acceleration with COVID-19 and especially the use of digital platforms. The ability, this issue of rapid tailoring, rapidity tailoring, and also some of the importance of public efforts to help with the development and quality assurance, and some challenges if the recognition is not well established in some places. And of course, the big issue is whether the firms recognize it. I think that's one of the key messages of this report, and that we all, I think, share in our thinking on this issue. So I encourage you to take a look at the papers, and you've got the presentation, the links there, but just wanted to highlight, of course, some of these desired characteristics that they're thinking about and that were highlighted in this paper by the OECD and the EU, just looking at whether we can increase the breadth and also go more targeted. The fact that you can make these happen maybe quicker, be more flexible, that they can be stackable and contribute to some other broader recognition and accreditations, that we have to think a lot more about, of course, what are the outcomes, as was mentioned earlier, these issues of quality assurance, and questions of mutual recognition and portability. And I know that there's a lot of efforts to try and think about, for example, across vocational educational training institutions, where in the past it's been harder to do these international connections because a lot of this involves, being on site. But there is an increasing interest in in these more global types of consortia in order to support this, and so that sort of international recognition is also going to be important. A couple of things on the policy options, of course, things that governments are thinking about doing in terms of information portals to support learner decisions, or the issue of standards to really help with the development and the scalability. And then I just want to raise some issues about the potential for inclusion, because it is sort of a challenge we have, and I have a couple graphs here from an OECD employment outlook and a skills outlook. And basically the punchline here is that the people who need the training the most are the least likely to get it. And that's the challenge that everyone is facing. And with COVID, of course, a drop in adult learning, even more so for middle and low skilled workers relative to high skilled workers. And so, there's really a consideration here where a lot of the use of micro-credentials is actually by those who are already well educated and are kind of continuing to accumulate, but policy action might be then needed to help improve that inclusion. And this can take the form of, what are public employment services, how they're supporting those who are unemployed, how is this helping with the transition from secondary to tertiary, and could this be a way to help retain students in the system and ease them through, and then other issues associated with, for example, completing degrees that when they haven't been able to do that. Giovanni, how many more minutes do I have left, just to make sure I adjust to your needs? Oh, sorry, I can't hear you there. So
sorry, now works.
okay, great.
It is, I think, please also support me. I think this is very much in line with what we discussed even yesterday. I was a little bit also attracted by the surplus of skills that you have in one of your slides. It's a concept that probably we are not taking very much in consideration, but yes, all these aspects are on our table, and we expect to go even deep in this analysis with you. I would take the occasion, Karen, to launch the idea for a specific webinar, because all the topics that you mentioned need to be analyzed indeed with more attention. So yes.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so maybe I'll just wrap up real quickly then. So just to note that
the red slide of the stakeholders. I think that is important as well for our people.
Yeah. So what I wanted to highlight, maybe just on the so I wanted to highlight just real quick data and big data and the analysis using burning glass and other technologies to help identify what are those skill top-offs that can be conducted and that are useful, that help people and firms, is something that I think can fall into the mix of the thinking about the micro-credentialing. And then the who can be involved, I think, is an important consideration. And here it's sort of maybe a little bit hard to read on the screen, so I'll go in another slide just to show you in a little bit more detail. But I think what we really need to remind ourselves is how many different people are involved in this. And one of them, of course, is subnational governments. And just to highlight maybe one graph here that, the vast majority of countries, this is either subnational or shared, as opposed to national only in terms of implementation of skills policies. However, the design tends to be a bit more national. And so there are some considerations there, and in particular, how to tailor to local needs. And so we can provide, more information on different ways that and mechanisms that have been done to help with this local tailoring, especially useful for vocational educational training. And then just to highlight, of course, how many different actors here. And so I was just wanting to raise the issue that, for example, even public employment services are starting to think about this reskilling and retraining and where micro-credentials could fit in before they become unemployed. And I think this is a really new area to think about. And then also building a lot on the role of chambers of commerce and social partners, in addition to the individual firms, both education providers that are seeking business opportunities, but of course the other kinds of firms themselves. So I think there's really just a lot of great, interesting topics to explore in terms of how to make this happen, in addition to the big picture of the development of micro-credentials, but how to adapt locally.
I anytime know that the OECD researcher network is such important in this role, and therefore I have mentioned that already previously. So many thanks for your presentation. It really has given us insights, authentic insights to the situation and the development now. We are happy that you are working on it. It's important for us all. You are really doing an uncustomized job. And I want to overgive the role now to a colleague at the Enigmatic network. Henry, I see you are online. Many thanks, Karen. Is that okay for you? Thank you. To you and the OECD network of research. So Henry, we are speaking about micro-credential, and in my discussion with Dr. Claude Fayoun, the General Director of the UK ENIC network, I said, but of course you are doing that already since years. You are doing that already, the evaluation of the credential evaluation in practice, you are doing worldwide since years already. So I have seen your presentation for today, genius, many thanks. Please show us today about the outcome-oriented benchmarking and credential evaluation in practice. The floor is yours, Henry.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I will be sharing my screen in a moment, but yes, you're absolutely right. Credential evaluation is our bread and butter, and today I'm going to be talking a little bit about what we do and how we do what we do. So just bear with me 1 second. I will share my screen. There we are. Hopefully now you can see on screen the first slide in my deck. Great. So, hi everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Nice to see you all. My name is Henry Huggett, and I'm Global Partnerships Manager at ECTIS UK ENIC. And today I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about who we are, what we do, as I say, how we do it. And given that we don't have a huge amount of time, I'll try and be quite snappy with things. So without further ado, allow me to introduce my organization. Now, at the top of our little tree, we have ECTIS, and ECTIS is a leading provider of solutions and services in international education, training and skills, and in the development and recognition of globally portable qualifications of any level. We're an internationally trusted and respected reference point for qualifications and skills standards. We're based in the UK, but we operate all around the world, and we have a global network and client base spanning something like 65 countries across 5 continents. And we've actually built up a 20-year track record in international consultancy and development. We operate a dual business model, which involves, on the one hand, the provision of information and advice services to members of the public, and on the other hand, a membership service through which we offer converters, tools, databases on international qualifications and skills. In addition to that, we also offer a suite of support services to enhance education, some of which we'll talk about in a bit, and we offer specialist training and CPD online and on-site all around the world. At ECTIS, we wear a number of different hats. We also provide official UK national agency services on behalf of the UK government, including UK ENIC and the UK Centre for Professional Qualifications, the logos for which you can see on screen. UK ENIC is the UK's national information centre for global qualifications and skills. We represent the UK in the ENIC-NARIC network, which is the network established by the Council of Europe and UNESCO to implement the terms of the Lisbon Recognition Convention in signatory countries. Now, following the UK's departure from the EU, we had to change our name from NARIC. We used to be called UK NARIC, but that is an EU-only title. And we had to change our name to UK ENIC, and that's the wider European title for national recognition agencies. Despite the change in name, we fulfill the same function, the same role. We continue to help the UK to meet its ongoing treaty obligations under the Lisbon Recognition Convention. And we've actually performed this function, this role, on behalf of the UK government since 1997. As I say, we also operate the UK Centre for Professional Qualifications, or CPQ for short. This is the body that provides official advice and support for the recognition of international professional qualifications here in the UK. We also operate this function on behalf of the UK government, this time the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. One other thing I'd like to mention very, very quickly is our UK visas and nationality services. We provide these on behalf of the UK Home Office, and these statements of ours support individuals' applications to the Home Office for visas and for settlement purposes. So by way of the different services that we provide and the different resources that we offer, the different roles that we play, we've built up quite a considerable global profile. For example, in 2020, our database, which is our primary source of information and data on international education systems, qualifications, frameworks, and so on, it saw more than 700,000 logins across 62 countries. And that's actually a slight decrease on 2019, during which we saw 780,000 logins. And we think that kind of corresponds with the general dip in activity that we saw during the pandemic. In addition to our high user numbers, we've also successfully delivered over 150 large-scale international education projects over the past 20 years. A small number of which I've tried to indicate or represent on this slide. These projects have included benchmarking, capacity building, qualification reviews, English language, policy development work, and various other things. So the point I'm trying to make is that although we are UK based, our activities are valued worldwide, and this goes to show the international applicability and adaptability of our way of doing things and our approach to recognition and to credential evaluation. So underpinning all of our work is this concept of recognition, but what does that actually mean, and what is it useful for? So formally, qualification and skills recognition is an acknowledgement by a competent authority of the value and standard of a qualification or prior learning achieved overseas. The idea is that this acknowledgement informs individuals' access to further education or employment activities. Recognition can also enable higher education institutions, training providers, and employers to better identify and recruit individuals with the required qualifications, skills, and experience. In professional fields, recognition allows sector bodies, employers, training councils, regulators, and so on to better understand and evaluate qualifications, to better understand people's knowledge and competencies, and this helps them ensure that sectoral, professional, and national standards and requirements are satisfied, and that the quality standards are then upheld. In countries with refugee populations as well, recognition can be an effective mechanism for inclusion and integration, particularly where processes are developed to help deal with situations, with cases where people don't have all of their qualification documentation available, such as their degree certificates, their final diplomas, and their transcripts, for example. Very briefly, the other benefits of recognition can include increasing transparency in standards and quality, and raising quality standards through comparison with and alignment with international best practice. So here at ECTIS, we have defined and refined an outcomes-based approach to credential evaluation and qualification recognition. And we've done this over the past 20 odd years that we've been active in the space. This approach is based on the assessment of something known as learning outcomes, and it can be applied to any kind of qualification which has formally established core components, such as duration, entry requirements, modes of teaching and learning, and has aims that are reliably articulated and assessed. And this means that our approach can be applied to not only university degrees, but also vocational diplomas, occupational and professional qualifications, non-formal qualifications, upskilling programs, and micro-credentials, which links in nicely with what we've been talking about so far today. Indeed, an outcomes-based approach to qualification recognition and credential evaluation could be adopted in parallel to or to support similar credit accumulation and transfer systems or digital badging initiatives that might together open up more learner pathways, greater opportunities for work and further study, and give individuals more secure and more portable and more shareable credentials and skills portfolios. So what I'll do now is talk through our credential evaluation methodology fairly quickly, it has to be said, so you can see how it can be used and how it might be applicable where qualifications or micro-credentials are being developed or designed or reformulated. So an outcomes-based approach. What makes credential evaluation and qualification recognition challenging is the fact that very often the structure, the purpose, and the outcomes of international qualifications vary hugely. So in order to make robust, fair, and informed decisions, we use this outcomes-based approach which involves the redefinition of the core components that are essential to understand qualification. And this makes it possible for us to evaluate and understand qualifications regardless of their different forms, formats, entry points, and purposes. So to sum it up briefly, first, what we do is we take the results of our outcomes-based approach to breaking down and understanding the qualification and use those results to identify comparable levels or standards. To do this, we use something called the band framework, and I'll talk about that in just a moment as well. Working in this way with the outcomes-based approach and with our band framework as a kind of comparison tool, it allows us to move away from the more traditional or historical approaches to qualification recognition, which were essentially more kind of mapping exercises, exercises in which recognition authorities mapped equivalent qualifications one to the other, which, given the massive variations in qualification design from one education system to the next, isn't always possible or desirable. So I've mentioned learning outcomes quite a lot already. What are learning outcomes? What are the learning outcomes that we look for? What things do we look at in order to determine a qualification's learning outcomes, which then forms our recognition decisions? So learning outcomes is the term we use to identify the key knowledge, the skills, and the competencies that candidates are expected to be able to demonstrate upon successful completion of a program of study. To identify what the learning outcomes of a qualification are, we assess the core qualification components that you can see on screen now. And these include, for example, national recognition status of the qualification, the accreditation status of the qualification in the institution, the level of the qualification in its home context, entry requirements, course duration, structure, style, content, the modes of learning and assessment, and onward progression routes and any professional or working rights conferred on graduates. All factors are taken into account, and no single factor is more important than any other. And it's the careful analysis of all of these different core elements or core components that allow us to build the most thorough understanding of a program. And it's these learning outcomes which we then use to inform our comparative analysis, which in turn empowers our recognition decision. To do our comparative analysis, we use an ECTIS copyright tool called the band framework. This is a hierarchical set of outcomes. There are 16 bands in total, and they're designed to provide maximum differentiation and detail across levels and standards. You can view the band framework online on our website, which is www.ectis.com, and you'll see how it's much more granular than traditional qualifications frameworks. And the idea is that it acts as a more detailed, fine-grained translation mechanism for international qualifications. Hopefully this slide will make it a little bit clearer how it works. So again, we have the core qualification components that we look at when determining a qualification's learning outcomes. We use these learning outcomes to situate the qualification at a level of the ECTIS band framework. And then we can use this band framework to kind of transpose one framework or set of standards to another. So what you end up with is quite a cool, quite a flexible tool, which allows that kind of cross comparison between any qualification systems, or as I say, sets of professional or occupational standards. Hopefully this diagram helps make it clear as well that it's that fine-grained filter system to determine how and where host and target systems or sets of standards interlock or overlap. Our expert approach to qualification review and evaluation underpins a range of different services that we offer.
It's very interesting, the slide before, that you are using these methods. I'm speaking now from the field of experts. We had all this development of the European national qualification frameworks, and we have used this idea of the NAM framework there as well. So I like that you are using that as well for here, because it's a common ground, and we had a successful development during this development of national qualification frameworks and qualification frameworks. So go ahead through your slides, but review is not needed because we are in a delay already, and we have to
too close to mine.
Yes.
Not bad, yeah.
Yes, and we have to go to the next Zoom, please.
Sure. My apologies, I couldn't quite make out all of that, but I'll crack on. Thank you for your comments. So I just wanted to mention briefly some of the services that we can offer that are underpinned by this approach to credential evaluation and qualification recognition that we're talking about. One of the main services that we offer is our benchmarking service, which involves comparing and analysing the level of a qualification or qualifications against identified standards, which may include other qualifications, frameworks, or professional standards. There are many benefits to benchmarking, and these can include increased national and global recognition and understanding, and actually this can be quite useful from a promotional point of view. And it can help reassure prospective students or learners that their qualification will be recognised and understood upon graduation, and that the level of attainment that they've reached can be vouched for. Further to that, we can provide a gap analysis and expert recommendations on enhancement and development, which can help bring about improvements in teaching and learning and help raise overall standards in an institution or provider's education provision. An extension of our general benchmarking offer is our transnational education quality benchmark, the TNEQB service, through which we provide external and independent reassurance that an awarding institution has the capacity to deliver TNE qualifications that are of a comparable standard to those offered in its home country, achieve the expected learning outcomes, and take into account the education and training and skills needs in the country of delivery. We also offer a TVET quality system support service, and through this we help institutions to develop demonstrable TVET quality assurance systems that align with international best practice. And the idea is that we help institutions kind of raise standards and quality, develop appropriate quality systems, policies, processes, and increase transparency, visibility, and competitiveness. Another significant way in which we can provide support and assistance is by way of our program of training modules and webinars. We offer both pre-recorded online training modules, but we also offer live online on-site interactive training sessions with the opportunities for dialogue and questions and answers with our experts and contributors. And of course, we can offer bespoke training programs based entirely on your own institutional needs, goals, and interests. Should anyone be interested in any of the things I've mentioned in outline today, please don't hesitate to let me know. You're more than welcome to send me an email using the address on screen. And we'll also be manning a virtual booth later today, and would be delighted if you could come and say hello. It'd be my pleasure to chat to you and talk a little bit more about what we do and learn a bit more about what you do.
Henry, many thanks. It's great. I think we has to go. Maybe, yes, take 2 minutes to the summary.
No.
Okay.
We are 20 minutes in delay.
Yeah, I know. But make
Sorry,
this, I know it.
Last word, because we are 20 minutes in delay. Yesterday we did the impossible in delay. Today we want respect it. Please.
Yes, sir. I will summarize very briefly then. Here at ECTIS, we have a tried and tested outcomes-based approach to credential evaluation, which allows for the most nuanced and yet robust assessment of qualifications and skills. It can be applied to any kinds of qualification, be they university degrees to vocational diplomas to micro-credentials, and we can achieve any number of a variety of goals, from raising standards through benchmarking to developing new qualifications in line with international good practice, or facilitating onward progression into further education, training, or employment. And we offer a number of different services to these ends. So should you be interested, please don't hesitate to contact us. And yeah, that's it from me. It's been a pleasure talking to you today, and thank you very much indeed for having me.
Many thanks, Henry. Many thanks, Henry. We are really in the situation that we have now ECTIS, an IGNERIC network, as well as a partner in Skillman Alliance. So we will hear more in the very near future, this afternoon as well in the booth, and in the future as well in other conferences and symposia. So I want to give the floor to one of our other main partners, the European Agency of ETF in Torino. Anatoly, please overtake the floor. We are happy that you are here. And many thanks, Henry. A big applause to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Anatoly Garmash, and I work in the qualification team at the European Training Foundation. It's an EU agency that works with EU neighboring countries, and we call them our partner countries. So let me share my presentation. I hope you can see it.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So as was mentioned in his presentation earlier, micro-credentials is an emerging issue worldwide. And in order to understand what support is needed to boost micro-credential approach in our partner countries, we conducted a survey on micro-credentials. In my presentation today, I'd like to share key results from this survey. Our survey focused on understanding of micro-credentials, how micro-credentials are seen by different actors and stakeholders, in particular in relation to existing qualifications that are issued in the countries. We also focused on advantages and challenges of micro-credentials, as well as on quality assurance and recognition. We aim to collect examples of existing micro-credentials, opinions on implications of their uptake, and what support is needed. Our survey focused mainly on our partner countries, EU neighboring countries. However, we succeeded to collect almost 500 responses from 60 countries all over the world. Thus, we may say that the survey results represent a snapshot of views on micro-credentials globally. Main stakeholders that provided input in our survey were VET schools and higher education institutions. We targeted also other stakeholders such as non-formal education and training providers, national authorities and agencies, and labor market stakeholders. And the level of participation of national authorities and agencies, it's about 10% of all responses, shows that they're interested in the topic and they're open for discussions. So what are micro-credentials? we asked respondents how micro-credentials are understood in relation to credentials issued in the countries. Our survey shows that micro-credentials are mostly associated with these 4 types of credentials. Certificates that certify upskilling or reskilling short courses, both in formal and non-formal settings, parts of formal education programs, professional certificates or certificates of competence awarded by professional or other authorized bodies, and certificates which certify validation on non-formal and informal learning. So this confirms the emphasis of micro-credentials on lifelong learning, including qualifications outside the formal education system, validation of non-formal and informal learning, and recognition of partial qualifications. We also asked respondents what credentials are not micro-credentials. This survey shows that the credential, according to opinions of our respondents, the credential is not a micro-credential if it doesn't include assessment of skills or competencies. So that means that there is no micro-credential without assessment. A credential is not considered a micro-credential when it is a full formal education qualification, or in other words, macro-credential. So micro-credentials should be smaller than a full qualification. In this case, partial qualifications could be considered as micro-credentials as well. A credential is not a micro-credential when it has no standalone value. So that means that micro-credentials should be meaningful units, meaningful at the labor market or adding value to formal education qualifications. A credential is not a micro-credential when it is not subject to quality assurance process, and we may say not awarded by a recognized body, and when it doesn't represent a small volume of learning outcomes. So that is, micro-credentials should represent a learning achievement which corresponds to a short period of learning. Micro-credentials and credits, expression in credits, they're seen as credit-bearing when they're units of formal education programs, and this is mostly in higher education. In vocational education and training, they're not associated with credits, and this is mainly because there are no credit systems for that in most of our partner countries. However, it was noticed that micro-credentials could be linked to the European credit system for that. In general, the opinion is that micro-credentials can either bear credit or not. For instance, when a micro-credential is too small to get a credit. So what we see is that the credit volume, number of credits, according to opinion of our respondents, is not an essential issue for micro-credentials. Micro-credentials are generally not considered as part of the national qualification frameworks, and this is mainly because we think there are few operational national qualification frameworks in the countries we got responses from, or because micro-credentials are linked with validation of non-formal and informal learning, which also might not be considered as part of the NQF. But in case when the inclusion of micro-credentials into the NQF is allowed, which is the case, for example, in the UK, micro-credentials can possibly be included at all levels of the NQF. So micro-credentials are not limited to a particular level or sector of education and training, and thus they have a lifelong learning perspective. We asked respondents about most important features of micro-credentials. And these are two most important ones. Micro-credentials reflect both individual learning experience and the result of assessment of knowledge, skills, and competencies. This means that for micro-credentials, again, assessment is essential. And this rules out a number of learning experiences which are currently considered as micro-credentials. For example, certificates of attendance cannot be considered as micro-credentials. On the other hand, this feature underlines focus on specific skills and competencies. The other important feature of micro-credentials is their relationship to existing qualifications. And this poses a question of interaction of micro-credentials with traditional qualifications. They might need to be part of the qualification, or be supplemental or complementary to it. And regarding other important features of micro-credentials, stakeholders' opinions differ. For example, higher education institutions considered to be important their relevance, stackability, and that they can add international dimension. Why are micro-credentials useful? The respondents emphasized two aims of micro-credentials: that micro-credentials are used to address a specific work need and to recognize learning outcomes achieved outside formal education. Opinions on the other aims of micro-credentials differ. Thus, VET schools would use micro-credentials to motivate learners and to improve learner transition from education to work. Higher education institutions to support transition to new jobs with new skills requirements, to address skills gaps, to motivate learners. And national authorities and agencies see that micro-credentials should be used to address skill gaps, facilitate formalization of new skills, and support transition to new jobs. And labor market stakeholders see their usefulness, first of all, in recognizing learning outcomes from outside formal education. So we can see that stakeholders recognize the benefits of micro-credentials, and that they are motivated to uptake and to use them. Main advantages of micro-credentials, as emphasized by respondents, include immediate relevance to the labor market demand. Micro-credentials are linked to specific skills and competencies. They address a specific work need, and that's why they can be responsive to changes in the labor market. Micro-credentials support individual learning, focused on specific learner needs, and they can allow learners to progress at their own pace. They have a meaning in the labor market, and they're adding value to a formal education qualification. Micro-credentials facilitate recognition of individual skills, knowledge, and competencies, including recognition of learning achievements acquired outside formal education. They facilitate the design of flexible training, and they cost and time saving. So micro-credentials have benefits, and I think these benefits are in line with what Karin mentioned in her presentation. But what are challenges and concerns related to their uptake and use? These are three biggest ones. The lack of specific regulations. The respondents suggested that micro-credentials may not be recognized in the country simply because there is no regulation for them. No quality assurance framework for micro-credentials, and low awareness and lack of information. The other major concern is related to portability of micro-credentials. That after having received a number of micro-credentials, a learner risks to end up with no qualification which is portable and recognized. And the other concern is that micro-credentials may reduce the uptake of existing qualifications. However, a general opinion is that the benefits that micro-credentials could offer to individuals and even businesses outweigh all these concerns. Quality assurance of micro-credentials. It is considered differently by different stakeholders. VET schools and higher education institutions seek quality assurance of micro-credentials under existing institutional program accreditation. National authorities and agencies, labor market stakeholders, not formal education and training providers seek quality assurance of micro-credentials as part of quality assurance of certification assessment process. The other modalities proposed include quality assurance under principles of the EQF. And here we may refer to the EQF recommendation on quality assurance of qualifications. And the other option is that micro-credentials could be quality assured under labor market regulation. That means professional bodies and companies that issue micro-credentials are responsible for their quality assurance according to their own specific criteria. Recognition of micro-credentials. There is a strong link of micro-credentials with the recognition of prior law. Countries look to recognize micro-credentials through credit recognition and accumulation. The other option proposed is to recognize micro-credentials through their inclusion into the EQF. However, this poses a question how to evaluate micro-credentials. What Henry suggested in his presentation, this outcome-based approach for evaluation, I think, is very much relevant for evaluation of micro-credentials. Quality assurance and the relationship with the qualification with the NQF are seen as essential for the recognition of micro-credentials. And at the same time, quality assurance should address the assessment and certification process. Regarding implications of the uptake and use of micro-credentials, these were suggested by respondents. Micro-credentials support the development of lifelong learning ecosystems. For lifelong learning to become a reality, all learning should be recognized, and micro-credentials will ensure more possibilities for lifelong learners to get recognition of their learning, including adult learners. Micro-credentials strengthen the design of qualifications and educational programs. They facilitate use of flexible modular approaches, unitization of qualifications. They will lead even to greater requirements for the recognition of learning achievements, facilitating recognition and transfer of qualification units. So the other several implications are learning opportunities will become more relevant and responsive. Micro-credentials better represent individual achievements. They will increase labor mobility and flexibility. And finally, what support is needed for the countries to introduce micro-credentials? These were just a couple of minutes and finalize. These were suggestions from respondents. In order to boost micro-credentials approach, countries need a shared agreed understanding of micro-credentials, enabling establish quality assurance processes for micro-credentials, and sharing knowledge and best practice. And my last slide is that this goes hand in hand with promoting a stronger focus on lifelong learning. Micro-credentials are seen as a tool aiming at facilitating recognition of individuals' learning achievements throughout life. Defining a common concept or approach to micro-credentials is critical to support their implementation as a shared tool. The results of the survey show that these four elements might be considered as the key components of the concept of micro-credentials. Micro-credentials are skill or competency focused. They represent learning achievements in a specific skill or competence. Standards-based assessment. Micro-credentials are represent skill or competency standards used for the assessment. Quality. Organizations that award micro-credentials are responsible for developing skill or competence standards, and they have responsibility to ensure that the assessment of individuals' learning achievements addresses these standards. And recognition. Micro-credentials can be recognized under recognition of prior learning process, including through credit recognition and accumulation towards qualification. And I think this proposal corresponds to the UNESCO proposal on global definition of micro-credentials. And I hope that the results of our survey are aiding and supporting the understanding of credentials. So thank you very much for your attention. This is in brief what I would like to report on the results of our survey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anatoly. Thanks so much to have accepted our invitation. I know that you were busy in this week, but you found the time to share with us your relevant considerations that are very much in line with what we have in mind, because this also is something connected with what we discussed yesterday. I mean, regarding our engagement in making stakeholders to collaborate. We had this important window on open window on China players, and we promised to collaborate. Now you are mentioning the UNESCO proposal on micro-credentials. I think that we have to discuss also how to implement our mutual understanding in this regard. Then we had the opening this morning. My Urs that was introducing exactly an attention on what you have also mentioned, and I was attracted in particular to these challenges and concerns that you said, the lack of specific regulations. So we need to collaborate. Other speakers also underline this need to have stakeholders involved in this networking and exchange, continuous exchange. We need to find agreements, and then the regulations can help, and it's good that you are here because you belong to a very relevant organization in this regard, and also the speakers from OSA have given us the ingredients that we also discussed yesterday. There are skills that are not specifically dedicated to advanced manufacturing or technological skills, and we need to also have a wider perspective on this. And thank you very much also for pointing out that it is important to bring the stakeholders to not to understand but to share what they think about what are micro-credentials. So in this regard, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're open for collaboration.
Thank you.
When there are the applause, nobody can.
Yeah.
But now, please.
I think many thanks, Anatoly. Important presentation. Good that you were in these rounds. Very helpful support for our experts here. And I give the next bridge to William. William from the European Union is presenting the approach and the results of the research of the European Union now. I think that it will close our round with experts from different important stakeholders speaking about the actual situation of development for micro-credential evaluation. William, the floor is yours. Happy that you are here. Many thanks. Important to have your voice as well here.
Thank you, Giovanni. Good morning, everyone. And it's really been a really rich session. I'm just going to so I'm very happy to be contributing to it. The conversation on micro-credentials really is very active at the moment internationally, as you can see from the number of presenters here and just really the interest in the topic globally. So hopefully you see my slides. I'm conscious of the time, so I'll just take you through a brief overview of the work that the Commission is doing at the moment. There was an action announced by the Commission in summer of last year to develop what we call a European approach to micro-credentials. And the form that that's going to take is a proposal for a Council recommendation on micro-credentials for lifelong learning and employability. So you've seen and you've heard during the course of today the extensive research, the questions,
we are sorry, probably we are not seeing any slide now. We see only black screen and the mouse in the center.
Ah, okay. Let's see if I can.
Now we see.
Now you see, okay.
Start again the sharing because now there is no any more sharing.
Okay. How about now?
Perfect. Go on.
Great. So I will keep my.
Sorry, you have to move away the Moodle toolbar from the left side because we see a black.
Okay. Apologies. Let's see.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Also,
now. Okay. Very good. So then, what's coming is that the Commission in December, so only next month, less than a month away, will adopt a proposal for a Council recommendation on micro-credentials for employability and lifelong learning. So the Council, this will be a proposal that's put to the Member States and then will be negotiated during the course of next year in the Council with the relevant ministers. So what's going to be contained in this recommendation is a Commission proposal for an EU definition on micro-credentials, a set of standard elements to describe a micro-credential, proposed principles for designing and issuing micro-credentials, and then a series of recommendations to member states and recommendations to the Commission itself on how to support the development and use of micro-credentials in the EU to support lifelong learning and employability. So the Commission has seen the huge growth, the huge uptake, and the huge interest in micro-credentials, which particularly peaked during the pandemic, and sees that there is this real potential there for micro-credentials to support upskilling and reskilling, to support inclusion, and to support responses to many of the issues that were presented today in the context presented by the OECD, and to respond to stakeholder needs that you saw there in the presentations from the ETF. So really, the Commission proposal and the eventual Council recommendation aims to be a starting point, kind of a common reference point for those member states, stakeholders and providers who want to support the quality, the trust, and the uptake of micro-credentials, and that this proposal will be a starting point for them to have as a reference point to begin their work on micro-credentials, or indeed continue their work, because of course we know there is already huge levels of activity. Let me just see if I can move my slide. Sorry. I'm just going to share my screen again. So I just can't seem to be able to share my full screen, but let me just see if I can open this.
Can see in this way. You can
Okay.
close the toolbar. In the top right, you have a small triangle, and you can pull up the toolbar of the PowerPoint. So you can make larger. Yes, right? No. The small triangle on the scrolling bar, in the top of the scrolling bar, at right side, right, not left, right. No, right, scrolling bar.
Oh, okay.
Up to the scrolling bar, there is a small triangle. Click up, little bit up, yes.
I see. Okay, apologies. So briefly, the objectives of this, firstly and foremost, of course, to support people, to support individuals, the learners, the workers, and the job seekers with their upskilling needs, and to enable the potential of micro-credentials to fit with the way that they live, learn, and work today. But within that, we also need to put in place the building blocks that will enable providers of micro-credentials to develop and understand micro-credentials. We've seen during the course of today's discussions the number of open questions, and ultimately we need to support a inclusive education and training systems and labour markets, and ensure social fairness. On the right-hand side, I won't go into these elements in details, but there's what we want to put across here is that this question of micro-credentials, it's not sector specific, it's not dealing with one area or one discipline. We see the potential for micro-credentials to be used across all elements of systems for lifelong learning and employability, and enable responses. So within the proposal that you'll see next month, we're setting out recommendations and starting points for member states and stakeholders to begin exploring the development and use of micro-credentials to really tackle a lot of the issues that we've heard so far today. So over the course of the last number of months, the Commission has undertaken a public consultation, which really had a huge response of more than 500 replies and 90 position papers. And of course, we've been getting a range of empirical evidence and input from a range of projects. And of course, the input we've heard today from OECD and ETF will also be key inputs into the rationale and the building blocks that are put in place. And like I said, when we ran the consultation, we put in specific questions on this idea of a common definition, how you describe micro-credentials, and about the relationship between micro-credentials and quality assurance, qualifications frameworks, the question of how you use learning outcomes and notional workload, and of course, questions around the recognition and portability of micro-credentials. So it is all about these, what we are calling these building blocks that are going to serve as the launching pad for this EU approach to micro-credentials. with the outcomes of the consultation, these are what I call just our high-level messages. It's clear that micro-credentials will continue to grow, and the interest in them and use in them will continue to grow. They're expected to grow, so it's worth investing now in these types of cooperation and collaboration, and trying to ensure that there are consistent, coherent approaches to micro-credentials across the member states and more broadly. And we're seeing that as well with the work of the OECD and internationally, and ETF, of course, looking at the countries that they've been consulting with and the stakeholders. What we're trying to achieve with this proposal is bringing this sense of consistency and coherence so that we can easily understand, share, and trust micro-credentials that are being developed. There is a broad welcome for EU action, which of course is an important step for us, and kind of a general understanding or a feeling that there is clear potential in micro-credentials, but that there are fundamental questions on their definition and on their purpose that must be clarified. One of the key messages from our stakeholders, of course, was that if the EU is to get into the territory of proposing, a piece of legislation like this, like a recommendation, that we shouldn't work to undermine the flexibility of micro-credentials. This is one of their inherent benefits. Their responsiveness and their relevance and their flexibility must be preserved and must be ensured, so that any steps that we would take shouldn't create administrative burden or undo the responsiveness and benefits of micro-credentials. And then considering the broad remit and the broad world in which micro-credentials can be used, we of course received different expectations from different stakeholder groups. Whereas, for instance, perspectives of university and perspectives of employers differed on the rollout time to develop micro-credentials, or the types of quality assurance that would need to be in place. And ultimately, we've seen that even though there's a clear message and rhetoric, perhaps, that there should be lots of collaboration between industry and education and training in developing micro-credentials, in fact, this isn't the case yet, and it is only happening sporadically. Just interesting messages that we received. As I say, there was a wholesale high level of response to the open public consultation, and we're happy that a broad range of stakeholders replied. From those replies, we found that the most important aspects of micro-credentials in the eyes of these stakeholders were on the top of the screen there: acceptance by employers, quality assurance based on transparent standards, and recognition by education and training organizations. And then some of the least important aspects towards the bottom of the screen there were the availability in a native language and the ability to facilitate cross-border mobility. So these types of feedback and these types of elements are what we will be incorporating into the proposal to come next month. Then on the question of EU level action, because of course, when the EU does take action in this area of skills, qualifications and employment, it is a member state competence, and we need to position the EU action carefully in a way that respects this. Ultimately, the stakeholders, their main feedback was that the role of the EU should be to enable and ensure the recognition of micro-credentials, to develop a clear definition. And then some of the least important aspects towards the end were to encourage national lists of trusted providers of micro-credentials, and interestingly, to provide information on workload associated with the micro-credentials. So again, we got a broad range of feedback from the open public consultation, and we factored all this into the proposal now, which is in the final stages of development. What I want to touch on in my last slide here are the open questions that we've been confronted with, or in particular, the questions that were put to us. That there may be some expectation and hope that the EU approach to micro-credentials could begin to solve, but certainly our hope and our intention with the proposal that will come is that will at least, as I say, give a shared starting point for the work on micro-credentials to come. But of course, I think the story of micro-credentials will continue to evolve, but I just want to touch on these issues briefly. The number one issue, I would say, in particular from traditional education and training stakeholders, is to understand the differentiation between micro-credentials and qualifications. I suppose, as we can imagine, micro-credentials have are in place and are being used, but qualifications, of course, are one of the most well-established concepts, representation of achievement in education and training and learning. And so we've gone to pains in the proposal to really emphasize that micro-credentials are not intended or not suggested as a replacement for qualifications, but should complement them and can supplement them and enhance them. That micro-credentials are about supporting lifelong learning, and that access to flexible learning as part of working life and adult life. So that, maybe subsequently to completing a primary or a traditional qualification, but this isn't a case of an automatic assumption that micro-credentials can or should replace qualifications. And certainly there's no suggestion that micro-credentials can and should be stacked to create qualifications, but nevertheless we will incorporate into the proposal this idea of stackability, but with regard to micro-credentials, that you should be able to stack and combine micro-credentials to create larger credentials, not necessarily qualifications. The second aspect of the open questions we were confronted with is this approach to quality assurance, and that there are different expectations and perceptions of quality, and that quality assurance in an education and training institution is not necessarily the same as quality assurance in an employment setting or in a labour market setting, that there are different tools, different standards and different approaches used, each of which must be respected. And so for this reason, we're not suggesting that there should be one fit for all QA approach, or establishing a type of a new QA methods or standards or anything like that. There will be clear messages in there that quality is essential, that it must be fit for purpose, that it must be documented and communicated clearly, and there should be elements of internal and external quality assurance. But of course, this must be managed and must be, as is the case now, by the providers in their respective sectors or in their area of activity. A key element of micro-credentials is also this idea of links with the labour market. In some ways, micro-credentials have come from the private sector, have come from online activity, and have come from demand for people to continue their upskilling and reskilling to support them with their careers. So we will be trying to establish key ideas and key recommendations in the proposal to really emphasize this, that micro-credentials can and should be used as part of active labour market policies. Similarly, there's real potential for micro-credentials to have a role in inclusion, to enable and support disadvantaged groups, persons with disabilities, to access learning and recognize learning through micro-credentials in a more open and flexible way that meets their needs. But of course, we must give more than lip service to this idea. And also, micro-credentials can't be seen as a replacement for all of the other types of support and activities which maybe are already established and underway and being implemented. Micro-credentials can't be seen as a fit or a band-aid for maybe systems or processes that aren't working, but certainly can supplement them. Second to last, then, we received a number of questions and feedback on platforms, providers, and courses. This idea of what is the role of the EU when it comes to our relationship with the big platforms like LinkedIn and Coursera. How do we define what a micro-credentials provider is? Because we're dealing with a very broad canvas of education and training providers, labour market actors, civil society, social partners. They can all have a role in provision of micro-credentials. So we need to ensure that we write this proposal and that we present something that is relevant and relatable to all of those types of providers, and we ensure we can get the buy-in of those types of providers, but also ensure that the approach is clearly thorough and will be underpinned by quality assurance and principles that can be enforced. And then on the question of courses, we also need to tackle this issue that there's a huge amount of information out there, and that ultimately there's a lack of guidance, a lack of information, a lack of reliable sources on where you can go and get information on credentials. And my last point then is on this idea of awareness and understanding, and linked to the previous point, that in all respects, there's this new, relatively new term, micro-credentials. There's buzz about it, there's interest, there's international interest in it, but ultimately we need to start delivering clear and concise messages on micro-credentials and their potential for both policymakers, providers, and the learners and the members of the public to understand what are these micro-credentials and how we can maximize their potential and get a real benefit from them. So there's a lot on this slide, and we hope that we have filtered it and factored it in a comprehensive way into the proposal that we'll be presenting and publishing next month. And as I said, this is kind of these are the key open questions that we've sought to at least address in some way in the proposal. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much.
Many thanks, William. Here the applause for you. Updated us about the situation of the European Union, our key player in the world, and very, very well thanking to all experts in this round this morning, from the OECD, from ETF, from the European Union, and of course from Actis, who is working for the any generic networks in the world. So many, many thanks. I think we have got now a good round information, a sound support for the future, and we will be very keen to hear from the European Union next month's disseminations, and we'll take that on board as well. So many thanks. I'm sure that we will soon hear more at Skillman from all these expert rounds and fields, because it's still in development. It still needs the boost of all of us, that we have that soon implemented in the workforce. Otherwise, we will have a smart and good success, a good performance of skilling, upskilling, and reskilling for the world. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Even by my side, I think we have also to reflect on the way how to properly interact with our counterparts and partners. Some of the presenters represent a partnership, because we work with the ETF, for example, on a specific fields. And in other side, they also represent the counterpart. We have to consult there, we have to support with our ideas. So we have to collect our ideas from our members. We have to bring members to express, even as Anatoly was mentioning, what they understand, what they intend when we talk about micro-credentials. There will arrive an important information from the European Commission in the next months. And so we need to interact and to make our voice to be on the circuit. Otherwise, our work will not have such a policy impact relevance that we are looking for. Thank you very much to have brought here your view and our view. The information on the state of the art of the European Commission steps is very important. And we have now the next speaker. Please introduce Theodora. I will share my screen because Theodora is from here, from the plenary. So she will talk from the desk.
Theodora is preparing, and I will introduce Theodora, the EduBits CEO from Oradea, Romania. We have heard Ursula von der Leyen, who announced the year of the youth for the future. And we are happy that we have this week a multinational youth group here with strong participation from Romania and Italy. And we had very good workshops yesterday to the parallel of the program, this afternoon as well in a parallel program. And we are happy, and we know when we're speaking about stakeholders, One of the stakeholders is, of course, the youth. And we want to hear more about the ideas of this field of stakeholders. And I will give here happily the floor to Theodora Gifor.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone. Good evening or good morning, depends on where you are in the world, because I know we have a lot of people from all over the world with us here physically, but mainly online. I'm very honored to be here, and to be honest, I'm overwhelmed to have my presentation after such great speakers from the OECD, from European Union, from NERIC, and ETF, and it's a great responsibility for me. I would like to thank Skillman Forum, and especially Mr. Giovanni Zona, that finally we meet physically. I'm really impressed by your work and what you are doing here, and it's a great honor to not only to participate, but hope to bring value and enthusiasm in what you are doing. And I would be very happy to do many more things like this in the future, and be partners also, and become here an element in Skillman network. I'd like to thank Urs Hornstein, our good friend and member of ETVS, board member of ETVS. He's the reason we are here, together with Julia Link, the elected president from IBITA, because he financed our participation here. I want to be very transparent, and I'm saying the words, but I go on, because reimagine the education is my topic today here, in line with the new sustainable goals of learning from the UN. And probably Urs, you'd like to help me with the presentation, probably go down and up.
Just a moment.
If it's,
Giovanni, we need you for the slides.
yes.
Really more far.
Ah,
Otherwise, people at home do not hear, because the system goes in protection when they are too loud.
And I think hope it's okay for them.
Yes.
Okay,
This way.
good.
Okay.
So, yes,
Great.
we were talking today about these days, about social welfare, about greener education, about more digital education, inclusive and human-oriented. This is what we've done yesterday with a group of youth in our roundtable that was hosted here at the Skillman International Forum. And actually, I had a question for them, and I want to start this presentation with a number: 33. 33 hours is the average of time a pupil spends in school. And in many public schools around the world, they are not asked about who they are, their interests, their feelings, their passions. They are overwhelmed with a lot of information, not always knowledge, and even less skills. And we are here in a conference in which skills, competencies, micro-credential, recognition of those are the keywords. Not even here, but even the companies, around the world, when they hire you, more than 60%, and if you go on, more than 60% is about your emotional, your social skills, who you are, your attitude, and less about your technical skills, because those are easy to learn. So, yes, if you go on, please. I represent here the informal education and non-formal education, because I really believe in this complementarity between formal education and non-formal education. We need each other. Why? Because all formal education, it's not easy to be changed. There are thousands of people working there. There are curriculums. There are a lot of rules, standards, and you cannot change them by night. Even though we are living in a very changing world where employers are needing immediate changes. So informal and non-formal education can come and be complementary, add value, because it's more agile, it's flexible, it can be up to trends, and very important, we have objectives, we have clear standards, and it's a safe learning environment. So that's why I really believe, and I'm so happy that also the lady from OECD, Karen McGuire, I guess I
Yes.
pronounced well the word, and also Anatoly from ETF, they also mentioned non-formal education and recognition of non-formal education. So if you go on, I'm going to present very shortly what we are doing at ETVs, because I have. In 2013, we realized there is a big need, as I mentioned, for non-formal education. So we created a program in which youth are inspired to follow their way. Why? Because they need this. They need to be asked about themselves. And if you go on, I will show you that actually there at ETVs, like in many non-formal education programs, we emphasize the development of skills. So what's very important, if you go on with the presentation, I will show you also the skills that we emphasize. Is it in line with the fourth objective from UN, the quality of education? It's holistic education. We have this vocational and professional development, we have an intellectual development, personal, spiritual, social, and of course emotional development. And if you go on, the skills that we actually really put emphasis on are the adaptability, the capacity to work and collaborate in teams, communication, critical thinking, creativity. We all know creativity is essential for education. And this goes in line with our model that we developed. It's simple, it's DIA. Discover with youth, discover by themselves, by learning by doing, because learning is the second element, and then apply and action, because it's not only just learning, it's also developing skills. So if you go on, and you can go a little bit faster, because I don't want to give you the elements that I already mentioned, and that they are in line with companies' needs. Top skills in the world, it's in line with what we are doing. Creativity, adaptability, these are the elements which are not necessarily emphasized in schools, but can be very easily developed in non-formal education. And if you go on, here, I want to be on time.
Thank you very much.
This is what we really aim for. To have every young person that enter in education and not only be authentic, autonomous, think with his head, and adaptable. This is the world we are living. This is what we need. And it's easy to do that if you put a lot of hard work and a lot of skills there. So if you go on, thank you. I'm going to go over this because this is actually, many are asking us, how are you doing with ETVs? It's not, it's like an entrepreneurial approach. Even we are an association. We don't have millions of euros, even though we are reaching more than 2,000 kids and youth every year. Our budget is between 15 and 20,000 euros maximum. That's when the best years. And we really to reach those many youth because we really care. And it's sustainability on stake. With little money, you can do not only with money. It's about heart and big heart and big soul. Please go on.
Yes.
So here the impacts, because I know companies and stakeholders like numbers. We also like numbers because we have many numbers here. Only an important thing. Ms. Karen from OECD mentioned an important thing. Many of those who really need the training for skills don't have access. More than 35% of youth from ETVs normally don't have access. and we managed to do that. And it's not easy to go in remote areas. In Romania, or probably even here in Western Europe, there are a lot of refugees that need this. So maybe we can sit and talk more about this later on, how we can reach those who really need it and don't have access. Please go on. And here you are going to see, Urs is there with an workshop, how we do that. Workshops, I do have more than, how many minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes?
You already had.
Okay, so I still have 5 minutes. I'm okay. So
You
let's
have-
relax, guys. We have time. Let's chit chat. And then, okay. So how we are doing this? It's through workshops, personal development. We are bringing experts, stakeholders. We are bringing companies, managers, entrepreneurs, psychologists, and they train the youth based on their. But it's not, classical learning. It's very interactive. Then we start with workshops, and youth start to ask the main question of their life: who am I? Why I'm here? What are my talents? It's not that I'm going to discover this in 1 year. To get trained to ask this question all their life. Then we go on with mentoring and volunteering projects. I think that you are going to see some volunteering projects because youth in NGOs are getting involved in volunteering projects that they can choose. They have the possibility to choose and to create their own project, which is great for them, even being at 16 or 15-year-old. Then mentorships, as I mentioned, it's very important for you, each of you who are just here and listen. If you have skills, competencies, I'm sure you have this. If you have a little bit of time, I'm sure you have 1 hour per week. Let's be serious, we spend more than 1 hour on social media. So probably if you cut a little bit of social media and go and see how you can involve for the future of your kids, of your employees, of your, is your future finally. So you can do this through mentorship. Youth need you. It's so important to give them and to show them that you care about them. So a lot of people are coming and are giving time. There are thousands of hours every year with people coming and sharing their knowledge and their know-how and their experience, life experience. So if you go on with the presentation, because I still have some slides. Let's go. Yeah, mentorship, as I mentioned, boot camps, because youth, they have to learn to appreciate nature and to cope with nature and to understand each other in nature. And it's very important there. We have many fun moments there. So it's so good to learn by having fun. And if you go on, how many minutes do I have? Internships, very important. They spend time in companies, and companies are learning from them, not only them, from the companies. And if you go on, because I have the final proposals from you. Please. Go.
I see your timer there.
Okay, great. Youth proposals from yesterday. They want that at least 10% of their time spent in school. They can choose the type of activities, extracurricular activities, and the way they want to learn. So not volunteering, mandatory in school, oh my God, you know that. Leave them go out of the school and choose their own projects. Then companies and stakeholders, it's very important to get in. Don't wait that the fully packed with all skills package is coming and delivered to you after 15 years of school. You have to pass inside and step inside and get involved. We have a lot of companies who are starting to understand that if they want something different, the school by itself cannot do it. So they come with us in projects and we are developing together projects. There are other proposals from the youth. Yes, sit together with adults when they create their curriculums. Really sit together and are listened to. Not only, nice pictures with them and that's it. You go on, please. Peer learning. Really put youth to be teachers too. It's very important. Let them create their own digital booklets and tutorials made by them for them. It's very important. Educators should get involved in companies and companies in educators' work. Otherwise, they will not know each other and they will always stay separately. What else? For the youth, would you have 1 more minute?
No, it's ended.
It's ended. This I let you because I upload on the Skillman platform. The European Union just launched last week a survey for youth to know how to prepare next year, 2020. Is the youth year, and I already have responses for more than 100 youth from Romania with what they really want from European Union. So it's very important to consider what they need. And I will end with my favorite word from Mother Teresa. I know that I repeated yesterday, but many of us probably were in situations, moreover the last year, when we thought that there is no light at the end of the tunnel. And whenever we have this, think about it, a few several words, do it anyway. Because what you spend years building, probably others destroy overnight. Build it anyway. If you are honest, others might cheat you. Be honest anyway. If you find happiness, some will be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you made today might be often forgotten. Be good anyway. Thank you and thanks for everything.
Not good now.
Okay.
You want a question? Yesterday we have seen you with this group of youngsters in the room. There is also the 360 and VR recording that is already online. I watched yesterday night, not yesterday. I watched tonight because I was curious to understand what you discussed, and I only got for 10 minutes, but I felt immediately a tremendous energy. They were discussing, it was very incredible. And so, before to leave, we would like to know, but you have worked, I think, 4 hours or something like this. Or,
Yeah, 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours, then you brought these important evidences and so on. There is any plan to continue this work with the group of youngsters and how you would like to integrate them in this context of the Alliance?
Of course, we have concrete plans because before coming here, we came here with clear ideas. Yes, youth are going to implement all those projects. There are projects that are already started. So we always do a pilot project to see the needs. And now that we have the responses from youth regarding the needs for the next year, for the European Youth Year, they want debates, they want trainings, they want exchanges with other youth. All this we are going to do it. And we want to come with concrete projects regarding digital skills. You know, we are talking about right now, there is in the other room, there is a VR workshop, and we are talking about artificial intelligence a lot. That's the future. But believe me, 1.3 billion kids in this world don't have access to digital skills at all. So we need to start even with basic digital skills. And we are doing this in rural area. And we find platforms made by NGOs, free of charge, and that can work even offline. And we want schools to become those moments where they come and learn from real skills. We are doing the same. So yes, we have at least 20 projects prepared for the next year.
That's perfect. thank you very much. Now we have the state of the art of the collaboration with an important organization that is on the field, and we have collected here a group of youngsters that were driven by Theodora, and then now we expect that this collaboration. We know that there were other youngsters that couldn't participate because of the COVID restrictions and last minute cancellations and so on. But of course, we want to improve this, and we want to boost your participation also to the activities of the Alliance. So thank you very much to have been here. I see the next speaker, Filippo. I was afraid that you were not connected because you were not appearing in my list, but now the applause was not for you, Filippo, was for Theodora.
Now it's for Filippo.
So, Filippo, I was afraid, but you are here. Finally, we have your time. I'm taking your time. I ask to restart the timer, otherwise he will punish me when I will be back home. So Filippo is connected, I suppose, from Pisa, University of Pisa. Filippo Chiarello is a researcher, and he worked to an important research because he is bringing us the considerations about the effectiveness, the impact capacity, and the capacity to take on the real and the proper information by ESCO database concerning qualification skills. So, Filippo, please introduce yourself and the research that you are going to present.
Hi, Giovanni. Thank you. Thank you very much for the preventive applause. I will try to get one with my presentation on my own, but still, thank you very much. Thank you also for inviting me. It's a big pleasure to be here with you today. I'm trying to share my screen because I have the presentation here. Can you see the presentation? I hope so. Can you see the presentation?
We see your desktop, not the presentation. We see the program, the PowerPoint, not the second desktop, the second monitor.
1 second. Can you see it now? Probably.
See a beautiful island. I suppose it's in Tuscany. I don't know.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes. No, yes, we see also the slides on the bottom. No, but don't worry. It's.
Let's try again. What about now?
Now it's correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Filippo Chiarello from University of Pisa, School of Engineering. I'm a researcher here, and my research focuses on natural language processing techniques. My research team works mainly on the use of these kind of data-driven tools for the analysis of skills, competencies, and job profile. In the work that I will show you today, I will introduce you to one of our last research that has been published on technological forecasting and social change, where we applied natural language processing techniques to understand and to measure if and how much the European framework of skills and competencies, ESCO, is in line with the growing scientific literature on Industry 4.0. So here are the research questions that we are trying to answer in our paper. First of all, is ESCO in line with the Industry 4.0 research? Is the activity of updating the ontology, the ESCO ontology, able to follow the super fast development of Industry 4.0? If yes, how much is this possible? Then going into more specific details, which trending 4.0 technologies are or are not contained inside our European framework? And is ESCO able to fit with the appropriate level of granularity of the scientific literature? And also, finally, why are some technologies not aligned between the two sources? Our activity has been divided into 4 steps. First of all, a data retrieval activity where we collected data coming from scientific literature. So Scopus, that is the Elsevier database of scientific literature. And also 2 versions of ESCO. The first one is ESCO 1.0, and the second one is ESCO 1.1. That is the preliminary release of the new version of ESCO that will come out in 2022. Then we have applied our techniques of name identity recognition, that is a tool to extract technologies from any kind of documents, using a tool that has been previously developed that is able to extract 4.0 technologies. Then we have pre-processed this data and apply some measures. Before going into details, bird's eye view of our results. First of all, we have 752 technologies extracted from these 2 kind of sources. 30,000 scientific papers analyzed on Industry 4.0, and more than 10,000 ESCO skills that has been taken into consideration. Here in this table, our results are summarized. So you have in each row, in the 5 rows, you have different you can see different cases that has been emerged. So we have situations in which Industry 4.0 technologies that are contained in the scientific literature about Industry 4.0 are contained both in the old version and in the updated version of ESCO. And considering the top 80 technologies in terms of importance, these are 47. So this means that more than half of the top technologies are already contained in ESCO, are already contained in the first version of ESCO, which is good. Then we can also see that 9 technologies have been updated in the new version. So this number means that there is an increase in the alignment between ESCO and the scientific literature, but we can also see that 24 are not trending technologies in the scientific literature are not contained in ESCO, neither the first version or the second version. The situation is even more strong if we see if we have a look at on the whole set of technologies that has been extracted. Some example of these technologies that can give us more evidences of this alignment or misalignment between the 2 sources. So for example, big data, machine learning, and 3D modeling were already contained in ESCO version 1.0. So they are in line already with the scientific literature. In ESCO version 1.1, we have some interesting addition that are human-machine interaction, for example, or wearable device, or deep learning. And in particular, human-machine interaction and wearable device are an evidence of the fact that ESCO is moving toward a more human-centric vision of Industry 4.0. And this is something that the Commission is pushing a lot with what is now being called Industry 5.0. We have also cases in which we have ESCO that have more technologies than the scientific literature. This is a strange case that we discuss in the scientific paper. And if you are interested also in these cases, please read the paper, because today I don't have time to talk also about these cases here. In order to have a more quantitative measure of the alignment, we have done also some statistical analysis that I will try to explain you really in a nutshell here. These boxes measure how fast are growing in the scientific literature some technologies. Which technologies? The one that have been added in ESCO version 1.1. So the one that are been added in the new version that will come out in 2022 of ESCO, and the one that were already included in the old version of ESCO, and the one that are not included in ESCO. As we can see, the technologies that have been added in ESCO 1.1 are, on average, more growing in the scientific literature with respect to the other. This is a scientific evidence of the fact that the process of renewment of ESCO is going well on an average, okay? So this means that we have the ability, the ESCO team has the ability to be in line with what is happening in the scientific literature, which is a really good result for our European framework. At the same time, as I've already said, there are some technologies that are of potential interest for the European ontology of skills and competencies that are not contained in ESCO already. And these are particularly interesting technologies such as cyber physical systems or digital twin, real-time monitoring, collaborative robots. So these are enabling technologies, central technologies that for some reasons are not contained in ESCO. We have given some motivation about the reason why these kind of important technologies are not contained, but typically it's not possible for a framework that is both technological and policy driven to be in line at 100% with such a great and important evolution that is happening in Industry 4.0. On the paper, you can also see some of the analysis, some of the technologies that are contained in ESCO and not in the scientific papers that, as I said, are less important for the presentation of today. So to sum up, many thank you for your attention. To sum up, we are now discussing directly with the ESCO team. They have read the paper and they are really much interested in the work that we have done. The question that we are discussing with ESCO, and that I think it's really interesting for the topic that are being discussed in the conference, is a policy question. That is it how much is it correct to use these automated techniques to update documents that are policy documents? So that have to take in consideration not only how the industry is evolving, but also a top-down vision of how much policies want to influence this trend. This is not an answer that a researcher can give for sure. This is an answer for policymaking, but I'm sure that quantitative approaches and quantitative techniques can help in taking better decision, also top-down decisions. And so this is the reason why we are carrying on with this research, with bringing these new tools, artificial intelligence tools, to inform policymakers in skills, because I think that there is a huge need here. Thank you very much. I cannot hear the applause, but I had the last one, so I am okay with it.
Thank you, Filippo. Thank you very much. I know for research we have discussed it several times. I already see my colleagues at the starting block ready to connect. So Filippo has closed an important part of our forum, because we have seen the supranational organizations that are, in a way, I said, counterparts, because we need to make our influence on the decision, the future decisions on micro-credentials. We have the internal discussion. We have the youngsters that must be involved. We have this collaboration with the EDF regarding the organization of the continuous learning, the webinars that we set and the continuous workshops that we organize with them. So with Filippo, we had this collaboration in understanding how the artificial intelligence can help us to catch the information from the papers of the research and the web, and he has just shown a very effective application of this artificial intelligence tool that they have produced in the University of Pisa and with Fondazione Brodolini. I mean, Filippo, if I can mention the Mentimeter tool, and so you are one of the higher specialized institutions in this regard. Of course, the Skillman interaction is not only with them. We have also analyzed the possibility of collaboration with technologies and other organizations that are also relevant in the same field. We have also this analysis, this attention to the work of the CEDEFOP that is fundamental. Anyway, so Filippo, thank you very much. I'm going now to pass to our on-site external connection speakers. I see their camera. Just a moment that I have to organize myself to be able to interact with them. This is a technical aspect. I'm going now to change my camera. And then I see Valentina from ATEC in Portugal, and I see Irina from Reggio Emilia. So I give the floor to Valentina to what is happening, what is going on in Lisbon. You are not exactly in Lisbon city, little bit, 20 minutes, I think, but you will inform us. So what is the setting of the for the external groups? Valentina.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, the floor is yours, Valentina.
Okay, hello, good morning, everybody. I hope the conference in plenary is going well and is running smoothly. I'm actually right now connected from Palmela, which is right in the outskirts of Lisboa. And so we are here today for our on-site visit at ATEC. That is a training academy. It's a non-profit association that is basically a merging of many automotive companies. And so we took a delegation from the participants of the conference. We took them here for this field trip today. Right now, the delegation of participants are having an introduction of all the activities that ATEC is doing. We had a wonderful welcoming from the director, the managing director of ATEC. And so right now, they are hearing a presentation of the activities of ATEC. I'm here in the corridor, in the main room, in the main hall of this training academy. We heard that they have 4 facilities in Portugal, and we heard that they have more than 500 trainers, external trainers, and they have labs, and they have many training programs. So basically what they do is they connect the needs of the labor market of companies in the automotive sector with the schools, so they can provide with skilled employees that have to access the labor market, and they're very well prepared for that. So this is why they're organizing these training programs. This facility is really beautiful. I think you can see it behind me. And so this is the main hall, the main corridor, and we have this group of delegates that are in this room right now. I'll see if I can get some feedback from there while we are connected with you in the plenary. So that would be all from my side for now. Giovanni, back to you.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive presentation. We have understood that this is an important organization, the relevant activities, and we also valorize this organization because we know that they integrate the view of the companies with the interaction with the local community. And thank you, Valentina. I'm going to pass the microphone to Irina from Reggio Emilia, Italy.
Hello to everyone from Reggio Emilia. I'm now in the core of the digital district. I'm on the innovative park in the Reggio Emilia. Before, we have been in the Human and Technology Training Center, where our participants were able to see how students of IT, who are studying IT, robotic and technology, are studying, combining theoretical part and also the practical part with the direct use of the 3D printing, robotic, and other digital tool. Meanwhile, now I'm in the innovative park of the Reggio Emilia, and we have a training now also. The staff of the innovative park present their activities, what they are doing. I would like also to show you that that's an incredible building with the incredible style, and I would like to bring you and to show you how our activities are performed, if I may, of course. Here you can see our on-site activity with the on-site participants. Unfortunately, they have a lecture, so I cannot enter in, otherwise I will interrupt them, but I hope that you can see that we have a good training on site.
That's great, Irina. Thank you very much for this view on what is happening in Reggio Emilia, Emilia-Romagna region, Italy. This is one of our COVEs. We have also seen from Lisbon area the other vocational training provider partner of the Lisbon COVE. So this is a very nice overview that led us to understand that we are here connected with and there are parallel activities that are running on. All is very complex. We started the first day with audio delays. Yesterday we started with delay because of the difference of the time that provoked this error by my side. Now I think we have overpassed all these difficulties, just a few minutes in delay, but we have great activities that are running on in parallel in different buildings, different locations. Even here we have the workshops that are running. We have the VR workshop that Theodora was mentioning before. So we are connected in different places. Let's move on now worldwide. So this is the announcement, the time to announce the rooms that we can access going via the map, the map. So what I do today is to try to share my screen to announce the next possibility that we have with the Skillman International Forum this year. So I'm going to share my screen. Hope that my computer will not leave me now, because I have several, maybe too many windows open. So let's go. And yes, you can see my screen. Now I will do the magic combination. Yes. So I'm in the coffee now, I'm connecting the coffee, but this is not what I want to show you, obviously, not the coffee, because now we have nobody in the coffee. Now, there is someone in the coffee. Where is Ocho? Ocho. Okay, Richard Ocho. We have to move. Let me go up. Oh. It's difficult for me at the moment. Okay, take the button back for the elevator here. The button elevator here. Okay, it works. So I'm in the lobby now. I go to billboard to see we are on stage. Okay, Sif Cafe is open. And now we are announcing the booths. That's right, Julia? You are already in the booth. Okay. So because we have this parallel, how to say, parallel words. We are here physically. Yesterday I was using my cardboard to access to the VR, and was incredible because I was here, but at the same time I was looking and like another person in the room. I was turning. Was a very strange impression. It's very nice to have these testings of different options that the future promised to us, because of course all this is very not stable yet for us, but we are trying to make it. Anyway, so now we have to announce. I see that booths now in the billboard are open. So I take now the elevator and I click on the booths and thematic rooms button. So I go down in the building. Voila. Yeah. Oh, it works perfect today. I'm very lucky. Okay, this is the map. So we are at the ground level. Now we can move and go to the booth. So what I am going to announce is that our participants, I don't know if you had time to check the email this morning. I have added an attachment to the tonight email because I like to send mail during the night. So we sent this email, and the attachment was showing the statistics of Moodle. And we have, because this is a Moodle application, as you know, because we described this open source technology that we adopted. And we had 600 connections the first day. The statistic of yesterday were not yet available during the night. It will be probably tonight. So this is the ground level. I would suggest to participants to go using the ground level to the booths. Now I'm visualizing all booths and thematic rooms. So you can go everywhere, but of course thematic rooms can be found closed because it's not time. This is time of the booths. How can I navigate to booths, avoiding to make mistakes? I can visualize what I like. So it was already disabled. I can enable thematic rooms and I can disable from the view. I don't know how this works because probably I tested before, but I forgot it. So these are not the thematic rooms. These are exactly the booths. I can also have here the general view, this view of the booths. But the meaningful aspect is that I can simulate really the 2D movement. I can move to these booths. I can go like I do physically. I can go on the map and I can move to the booths. Which one is your booth, Julia? Okay. Please. I bet. Okay. It doesn't exist, but you are connected. I'm joking. Okay.
Joining again now.
Okay. Let me see if I found you. Better if I look at my screen because it's closer to me. Okay. Anyway, participants are navigating. They don't depend from us. We are like an individual participant now. Before we close the plenary session to allow all participants that are bored by my navigation, I'm trying to find somewhere, some place where to go. Sorry, but the name of your booth, I think, is different because it's not called TVET here. Yeah, okay. See here.
Seafood.
Okay. You are in the alliance.
Yeah.
Okay. is the first one. Look. Okay, so the alliance probably one, the alliance. You are localized in Florence, Julian. You are virtually in Florence now. Okay. You can go to Ponte Vecchio to have a coffee. Okay, let me see the idea. So the idea is the 2D navigation, it's not the listing navigation. So I'm going to Florence now. This is the navigation. Then I click here and I get the window here. So I go to Florence because I decided to visit the Skillman Alliance that today is in Florence. I click here and I open the navigation window that proposes me the link to the room. So let's go to visit Julian Urs, okay? Yeah. No Wi-Fi here in this room. Sorry.
It keeps kicking me out.
Okay, anyway, this is the way, this is the approach that we've chosen to give parallel realities available to understand what we have in front for the future. Of course, these are still experimental or early stage solutions, not technology, because Google worked on the maps from years, of course, and the solutions are even very strong by technological part. I will get in. And I was saying that today's solution by our side are just examples on what we can envisage for the future. I noted there is a real concrete increasing of numbers of offers that you can find on the internet for such virtual conferences, combination of different solutions. What we did this year with the Skillman Forum, with our team, we have decided to try to implement as much as possible open solutions. Of course, even there is also open map. We used in this case Google Map, but also open map could work for this. But we try to use open solutions, open source solutions, and to put together something that is in an virtual educational environment. So Moodle is a content management system for education, and we try to implement our forum solution with the support of our technician in an educational environment, not just for marketing or fair, because there are solutions even for fairs and virtual fairs. Different. You have many different tools and digital tools, but the idea is that we need to have a transition to the pure e-learning, to the interaction, and the forum represents the interaction of a fair. So something in the middle for education. And we are trying to envisage this. So there are tools in our platform like the billboard that is something more for fairs, for example, for announcements, so on. But there are tools that are probably only thought for our needs and not for the market needs. So we are going to move these solutions to our members to increase the capacity of many of our members that cannot launch, for example, install a Moodle application, because we have several vocational training providers that have not the necessary media to perform these technological solutions. So let's try to go there. I click here and I'm landing in a page of the Skillman International Forum that allow me to access as Giovanni Crisona. At home, my name is Crisona, but for English version and for websites, forms, usually the accent on the letter was a problem, and I continue to have to say this. So I put my name. I don't put my camera because this could make me the risk to crash my system, because you have no idea how many windows are open here now. And then I try to click on continue. So here it's expected to see my camera. I close, and I close the microphone to do not create problems at the moment. I wish. Then I try to enter. Wow. Okay. This is the room. I see the list of people currently in the room. Close it. Let me have an overview. To have an overview. Oh, this is the room. There are chairs where I can rest. There is no any music here, but there is someone here. If I want to hear someone, of course, you know, I have to go close. And I see that someone is speaking, probably. So let's move close to the ones that are speaking, but I'm not sharing the audio of my computer. I can do it. And in that case, you will hear as I will, but it's quite complex, but I'm trying now. I will try to do it. I will try to share my audio. So let me understand where we are, because I lose the control. Luckily, that was not expected to do it. We are just watching what happened. Just a moment. You see which is our icon? Is this one? This is mine. Okay, because when you click here, you see your you are moved. For example, if you do this, my avatar is there. You see that this is indicating that I'm there, hidden. I have to move the app now. Okay. So another way to reach your avatar when you are loose, you can make double click on your avatar, on your name, and then your avatar is this one. Okay, but I was loose totally. So now I want to go close to Silvia Rodriguez. I double click and I move here immediately. So I can move my avatar, but I can also double click on a name. Nobody is talking now, probably, or someone is talking. I don't know. We have here Nick G. Oh, Nick G is probably he's talking to Foreman, so he moved in another side. We have here Julian. You are in. Oh, okay, good. So don't talk, otherwise we have Lars effect. Okay, so this is Julian room, and we are here. We cannot activate the audio because of the problem that I explained to you, because my computer is cutting. Probably I'm asking too much because I have several windows open that you cannot see. Not sure now. Okay. No, it was just a message from Filippo Chiarello putting the contact on the chat, not related to this session. So anyway, let me conclude this. I prefer to do not activate in plenary the audio, because some strange effect could happen to me, and not to myself, but to my computer. And this could then afflict the conference in a definitive way, cutting off us. Today, during the session, from remote connection, you have not probably noted, but we had to restart the system of the plenary. So that was very dramatic for us, but it worked, and no interruption were on the other side. So
I said resetting of everything, you know.
Yeah. So I see there is, for example, this is Aurora with the microphone open. She's talking, but we cannot hear because I have not activated my audio drive on this session to avoid any risk of crash. So, because I'm sharing the screen and I wouldn't have bad surprises, but let me close. Now this is the forum where we had before. Let me take the button back to the okay. It says that both are open. SIF theater is running. I have closed this is the streaming. I can activate the streaming, but I'm taking even more courses. Now the streaming that I activated is here because I have interrupted, but if I reload the page, it starts exactly on where we are with a little delay because of course the signal passed through YouTube solution. Here we have the chart. I see some people chatting, and that's all. Here we have the second billboard that indicate that at 11:50 we have Julian doing something. Yeah, he does. Okay. So this is the forum environment that we already presented, but it was nice to do it. Now it's expected that people visit the booths. So I think we can close, take a coffee by our side. The ones that won't be connected can use mobile or your computer, and then we will start again the program time that I'm going now to check for you and for the ones that are still connected. So the fair are open until 1 o'clock European time. That means 12 o'clock local time. I mean local time for the ones connected. Lisbon. Recommend to not make confusion like I did yesterday. Nobody sent me anything here. 1 hour in delay. Yes. Then we have rescued the situation, but with some problems. But anyway, of course, I think that the quality of yesterday was anyway very good in terms of content and results that we have obtained. Okay, next step will be after the booths. The booths will end at 1 o'clock Central European time, like you have received the program tonight. Then we will start again with our webinar on capacity building in higher education, organized by the Assembly of European Regions. So thank you very much for being connected with us on plenary. Now we are going and to leave you free to be in the booths. Thank you very much.
Hello, Joanna. Can you hear me?
Hi, Anna. Yes.
Oh, nice. And
We're being streamed already, no? I saw a message in that sense.
yes, here is Giovanni.
Just in time, sorry for let you waiting. We are ready for the live. So all the speakers are on. I see the streaming on YouTube is working. Sorry, I'm alone in the room. I don't need to be protected in this moment. We have the agreement for taking it out. So, good. Good afternoon. This is the afternoon session of the third day of the Skillman International Forum. We have again Assembly of European Regions that has organized such a promising webinar, the session with the topic on capacity building for higher education. And I see Anna and Joanna are connected, and I see also other speakers. Yes. So Anna, would you like to take the floor to introduce your speakers and deal with the interaction?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Giovanni. I see all the speakers are here, just that we were just let in. So I see Armando, and okay, that's great. So we can go ahead. But please, Joanna, you are the facilitator of this session, so I'll leave you the floor for.
Thanks a lot, Anna, and welcome to everyone. It's really a pleasure to have you here on board to discuss capacity building in higher education. This is a topic that we've dealt with before in Skillnet, and Anna will say a few words on this afterwards. Basically, the whole idea is how do we help for the skills of the future? How do universities address this challenge, and how do we as European stakeholders collaborate and learn from each other? Yes, to prepare the future, which is so unpredictable, right? And this is really something that we are very much aware of in these times. Maybe just before we start, I would really love to do a quick Slido. So let me share a PowerPoint where you will have the code to access our Slido. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
At the moment, we see only a part of your screen. We see part of your PowerPoint program. We are not viewing the presentation that you want.
Okay.
Now we
Can you see it
the
well?
screen. Yeah, now is the presentation. Thank you.
Awesome. So there's a code, a Slido code. So you can go to slido.com and tap in I see there's a delay on YouTube. Tap in the number, or you can scan the QR code. I'm waiting a little bit until it's visible on YouTube as well. And then what I would really appreciate is if you could say in one word how you would describe your state of mind at the beginning of this webinar. What are your expectations? How do you feel? That's the little interaction that we can offer. Okay. So I'd invite you all to go to Slido and answer.
Keep the time, Joanna. I was simulating like other people, so I was not able to take the picture. Can you show again, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting you, but I imagine that the other do the same. They take the phone, have to find for the application, and then take the picture. Sorry to repeat, but as probably there are many audit users like me. Thank you very much. Just a moment. Give people the possibility. Thank you. Please go on. I think now we have repeated. It's enough.
Awesome. So let's see how you feel. Hey, internet, cool. Okay, this is really funny. So I read, willing to learn, motivated, curious, impressed, need a coffee, energized, optimistic, energetic, excited. So I see that excited is getting more attention, which I'm very happy about. If you need a coffee, it's still okay to quickly grab a coffee. Do so. Please do take a glass of water, a cup of tea, a cup of coffee. We want you to be completely available and listening. So if you need a coffee, do take one. And I'm sure you have technology that helps you listening to this presentation while taking a coffee. So do take your coffee. Maybe to start with, Anna, could you give a quick update on how this topic has maybe been addressed in the beginning, and then I will introduce the speakers, and maybe you say also a few words on the role of AER in the project.
Yes, thank you, Joanna. Yeah, then I'll start perhaps with a few words about AER for those who were not here yesterday in our other session. So AER contribute to the SkillNet project by bringing the voice of regional and local policymakers. And we try to join forces with TVET experts for the development of new curriculum that can respond to the challenges of the present rather than future, as we often listen. So we are actually the largest independent network of regional and local authorities in Europe with 130 members. And we are part of the SkillNet project in alliance with Skillman, IVETA, April, and Innovation for Inclusion. So actually, AER has been working in the past years on the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, liaising with different policymakers on issues around the regional development, with a special focus on environmental sustainability, good governance, inclusion, and education. And for us, the recovery from the COVID-19, it's a key opportunity to build the skills that are needed to make a fair transition for a green and digital economy and a society driven by the transformation that is required by to achieve the Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement goals. And local and regional authorities have a key role to play when ensuring that these skills are taken into account. So, but of course, in order to undertake this role, we must also have the adequate technical and financial support to undertake the just transition effort to a climate neutral and to a digital economy and society. So when it comes to the value that we brought to the partnership, also we can say that we've been supporting from a regional perspective, of course, the innovation in the TVET sector for the development of this curriculum to indeed match and adapt to changing economic and societal needs and trends. For instance, the demographic trends, climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the digital transformation. And the action that we did to support this are actually manifold. In a way, we organize mutual learning activities through multi-stakeholder approach that resulted in the establishment of relevant cross-national and cross-sectoral partnership. For instance, bringing on board academia, teachers, policymaker, business representative, and civil society organization. Another action was the dissemination of EU funding opportunities and instruments that can be employed in the sector by different actors. And finally, we are in the progress of developing and implementing an advocacy plan to scale up the local needs in TVET sector and inform EU policy accordingly. And the main message is to promote inclusion and excellence in the TVET sector. Our work actually has been around the work package number 3 that within the project is called X-Axis, fostering innovation through horizontal cooperation and partnerships of cross-sectoral experts. And we did this through the organization of 18 mutual learning webinars on funding opportunities, but not exclusively. So the topics were actually identified as 3 priorities in the TVET sector, not only from our region, but also from experts in the consortium. And thanks to this mutual learning, what we've been able to do was, first of all, to share EU instruments and funding opportunities available, showcasing the good practices across the European region when it comes to development of innovative and sustainable practices. And third, we've been strengthening an already existing international community of cross-sectoral experts working on improving the future of the TVET. Some of the topics we touch upon were, for instance, skills for mobility service, skills for innovative rural development, digital transformation, and also more general topic like capacity building, the gender perspective in TVET, and others. But how we actually capitalize on this knowledge created from this mutual learning activities was in the bulletins that you will find in the AR website under Partnerships in Focus. These are a set of articles with all these informations and following each mutual learning webinar. What we also did was organization of 3 training seminars specifically on EU funding instruments under the new MFF. And we will have the last one actually in January on European capacity building tools available to support regions and stakeholders accessing EU funding opportunities such as the TAIEX. And yes, so when it comes to the 18 mutual learning webinar, I'm glad that also a bit sad, of course, to say that this is our last one, and is titled Capacity Building for Higher Education 2. Why 2? Because this is the second edition of on this topic, and the first one was actually organized by our colleagues Giovanni, Valentina, and Fabio. And it was the first one, and this is the last one, so it's a nice way to close the circle, I believe. And the idea of the capacity building higher education was actually to be in continuity with the Erasmus programmation 2014-2020 with the K Action 1, 2, and 3, which had a focus specifically on capacity building projects for higher education, and they were aiming to support modernization, accessibility, internalization in higher education structures. But the new programming 2021-2027 actually this topic is not present anymore, so we shifted a bit our the focus, and now university find more general place support for capacity building in the COVES, in the alliances, and also university European University Initiative. So today, instead of looking at specific calls, which our colleague Birgit, by the way, she's posting on the chat, but you will also find them later in the next bulletin, we will listen about the concrete example about cooperation, partnership, and network among universities. So yeah, with further ado, I give back the floor to our great facilitator, Joanna, knowledge transfer and coordinator at AR, to lead the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you for giving the background, giving the context, and explaining how we work in the SkillNet project. Thank you so much also for making that link with the beginning and the end of these webinars. Today, we're really super happy to have Armando Pirsch with us from Eurasian. And we are very excited to hear from you, Armando, how you see the future of universities, how you collaborate both maybe at international level, between universities, with other stakeholders, and what you're doing at the moment and how you see the future, what is needed, what should be done and that is not yet done. The floor is yours, Armando, and you have around 12 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, great. Well, I want to start by thanking you for this invitation. It is a great pleasure being here with you. I prepared some slides just to show you a little bit what is EURASHI, so the organization that I represent here. And I think I will address your questions, Joanna, when I talk about EURASHI, what is our main goals, what is our vision, our mission, and then I will address specifically the capacity building. So the subject of this webinar today. Before that, I also want to thank you, Anna, for helping me with this. And I'm so sorry I didn't answer your call today, but we exchanged some emails, and I think the most important is that we are here and we have this opportunity to present or to address this important topic. By the way, I also see that Giovanni is in Lisbon. So I'm also in Portugal. I'm in the south at the moment, in the south of Lisbon, so close to you, I should say. And I'm really happy to see Lisbon here, and also a picture from this room, this magnificent room where you are. Well, I will try to share my screen, if you don't mind, with the slides that putting this in this sharing mode. I hope you can see it.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Just starting here with talking about EURASHI. So EURASHI is an European association of institutions, of higher education institutions, and we represent a particular sector of these kind of institutions, what we call the professional higher education, so much more related with the practical issues, with the connections with what we call the world of work, so the companies, the communities, the regions. Most of our members are universities of applied sciences, and you can see our vision. Our vision is we want to EURASHI strives to support the development and transformation of European society through what we call the professional higher education. Just to make the point that we are talking, of course, about higher education, but with this important link to the world of work, to the communities that, as I said before. Well, our mission is also here. We do lots of things. We have many projects also, are involved in many projects. We produce many policy papers. We are linked with many structures, particularly in the European Commission, with the European Commission. So I want to show you also our the Europe map, and you can see that we are all over Europe. but we also have some members that are outside of Europe. We represent more than 600 higher education institutions, and what we also call PhD providers, because we have what we call the research or more classical universities as members, but mostly as I said before, the universities of applied sciences, and also some colleges, some other institutions that provide professional higher education. Well, we have a strategy, and we established that 2 or 3 years ago. It was before 2019, so before the pandemic situation that we are living now. We established a strategy, but nowadays we are reviewing this strategy according to our new situation. We are doing it in a more bottom-up process, in a more integrated process with our members, involving our board, because we have a board of 10 people. But I should say that those principles in this strategy that you can see in this slide, they are still actual. So we have in a central position the PhD mission in a changing world. Of course, we are concerned and always look for the quality. Quality is important in our actions, in our activities. And we established 3 main areas, I should call it. One more related with the teaching and the learning process. We call it providing relevant and flexible learning for digital society at that time. Now we are rethinking about also the designation of the axis. Another one more related with research. We don't call it purely research. We like to call it user-oriented research, so more practical and applied research. So bringing and also connecting research always with innovation. So this is another X. And the one that is really important for us, that is our connection to the regions, to the territories, to the communities. So that's the blue one, addressing local needs through regional engagement. Well, I have more slides, but I think we do not have time to go in detail. But I only would highlight the key priority areas for each of these, for the mission and for the 3 pillars. As you can see, one of the key priority is to promote PhD role and identity. So PhD is still professional education. We need to work on this. This means our identity, our DNA. So it is important to promote it. Also, the concept of University of Applied Sciences. We have the profile and also the concept. We need to work more on that. Of course, supporting the leadership capacity is another key priority area. When we look at the relevant and flexible learning, as we call it, we have as key priority areas the future of PhD in a digital world, and digitalization is a very important subject that we are also addressing, of course. Another one is the lifelong learning. It is really crucial nowadays. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to participate in the kickoff of a very important initiative from the European Commission called the Startup Village. It was a Startup Village Forum, and the lifelong learning, related with the upskilling, with the reskilling, are really important topics that we need to address. And of course, we talked about many times about innovation. So the innovative methods of learning and teaching, always thinking about the connection with the world of work. So in a work-based learning are also very important for us. Regarding research, of course, we mean more, not exclusively, but more applied research. And so we need to clarify this concept. We have some work on this. Also the good practices, so many that we have. And of course, we need to address also the UAS capacity and contribution for the applied research. The students involved in research, this is absolutely crucial. They should be involved, and we see that they are more and more involved in research and innovation, also as a way to learn, not only to do the research as a purpose, so to have the as an output doing research, but to learn from the research. So we need to develop research capacity, thinking particularly about our staff. And we have a project, a very important project on this subject also. Well, I told you that we are having now a discussion and the construction of our new strategy, a strategy framework in a different way. So this slide is only to show you that we establish a timeline for it. So by the spring of next year, we will adopt the strategy, the new strategy, it will be adopted by the General Assembly of Eurasia, of course. But we have so many steps, and we define it, dated that, and we will have it till the spring of 2022. We started, as you can see, 2 or 3 weeks ago with a kickoff at the General Assembly, but we intend to discuss. So I will not show you anything about this, of course, because we are discussing it, and well, in 6 months from now, I certainly will have some news about it. Finalizing my talk, I think maybe I'm exceeding the time. I'm sorry, but I would like to address specifically the capacity building in higher education. And I put in this slide some milestones, what I call it milestones. And I would like to address them, and then I will conclude. So I should say that regarding the first one, we at Eurasia very much welcome and recognize the added value of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology with the initiative Innovation Capacity Building for Higher Education. And well, particularly for boosting higher education institutions' role in innovation and entrepreneurship, namely by providing expertise and coaching in line with the higher education institutions' needs. Local and regional innovation development will be then enhanced by professionals whose academic background includes entrepreneurial skills. So this is address of the first topic, the first bullet that you see. The second one is about the second strategic priority of the Digital Education Action Plan 21-27. This strategic priority is enhancing digital skills and competencies for the digital transformation. We can acknowledge the key role of higher education institutions in skills acquirement and development and upskilling for ensuring more digital specialists. I want to underline that professional higher education institutions are particularly important to strengthen the link with the labor market, as I said before, alongside with a closer relation with stakeholders, mainly at the regional level. Still, in the framework of the new Digital Education Action Plan, the Commission will establish a digital education hub, strengthening cooperation and exchange in digital education at EU level. Well, addressing the third one, if we go back to the Commission communication on achieving the European education area by 2025, we understand the higher education institution as one of the principles of the EEA that supports the reinforced cooperation between higher education institutions and higher education alliances and universities, European universities. In particular, I would like to highlight the role of higher education, the role of VET and training institutions in lifelong learning, and promote further opportunities by developing a European approach to micro-credentials under this same communication. In this context, we understand the importance of building capacity in higher education institutions, namely by promoting specialized education programs on advanced digital skills towards fair digital transitions. Likewise, and in line with this communication, the one on a new European research area for research and innovation, that's the fourth one, is also of paramount importance since it encouraged the upskilling and reskilling of researchers. We believe that the upcoming EU strategy in support of universities, likely to be adopted in the early next year, will enhance university transformation and their potential by fostering synergies and working towards the activation of member states' role and fit-for-purpose policies. Finally, I should say that, and I want to say that building capacity in higher education is indeed hand in hand with building capacity in innovation and research. Higher education sector has been proving its capacity to adapt to the new reality brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. We witnessed the role played by digital tools in ensuring the pursuit of learning developments, not only in higher education. Considering the impacts of the pandemic on economies and societies, we must join forces and connect education institutions, research, and the local and regional at regional levels. Higher education institutions are valuable contributors to ensuring high-skilled professionals that fit the needs of employees, economies, and societies. And this contribution is further potentialized by initiatives as innovation capacity building for higher education, with a focus on entrepreneurship education towards the development of innovation ecosystems. So that is my message. I will then show you my final slide. So thank you for your attention. And of course, I'm at your disposal to discuss and to answer to your questions if there are any. Thank you. I will interrupt the sharing my screen. So here I am again, and I can see you now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Armando. That was very clear. I have a few questions, and in the meantime, my colleagues are monitoring the chat on the Moodle platform and as well the comments on YouTube. So if you're following us on YouTube on the live stream, don't hesitate to ask questions in the comment section. And if you're following us on the Moodle platform, please use the chat to ask questions. I'm aware that here in our Zoom platform, we see a number of participants, but we have people also following on the platform and on YouTube. So that's why maybe we don't see everyone and we don't see all the questions. That's why my colleagues are supporting. Maybe I have a first question to you, Armando, which is, what do you think are the main challenges at the moment in higher education? In terms of capacity building, yeah, what are the main challenges, maybe in a few words? If that's...
Yeah, we are living now, and thank you, first of all, thank you for the question. We are living now what I call it a non-usual situation. Unfortunately, it's becoming usual, but I prefer to call it non-usual. And by the way, with some also some positive insights, and this is one of them. Of course, we are able to be together, even if we are not at the same place. This is great. But I think when we think about higher education, I usually I think the great challenge for higher education is related with inclusion, in my opinion. And when I talk about inclusion, I'm not only talk about excluding excluding people that are not able to address or to apply for higher education. I'm also talking about institutions, because we having this position at EURASHE, I realized that we have great is not the right term, so many asymmetries that I think we need to work on this. We see institutions that, of course, our leaders, our top leaders, are doing and addressing all the missions that, of course, is also diverse, but addressing the mission with great success. But at the same time, we have so many institutions that are facing great difficulties, and so we need to not to forget them. We need to include them, and we need to help them. And for that, we need to have a recognition of this problem, and we need to face it, and ask for support for the not only for the governments, for the European structures, but also from I should call it the associations and the organizations that we have. We at EURASHE are always thinking about this, and we are trying to contribute to the solution of this problem. So there are others. There are other issues that I should also include in this answer that I'm giving to you now. But I think the inclusion, for me, it's the most important one.
Can I also make a question, Joanna? Can I also make a question very quick?
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm thankful to you, Armando, for your presentation and to bring to Skillman International Forum your important network. I think that many members know you because we have also interacted in the past. I remember, I think 1 year ago, I had presented the Skillman proposal at your annual convention.
Conference, yeah.
Probably it was 2020, or I don't remember exactly, but anyway, I would like to know if in your strategic framework that you are defining there is any idea to make networking with other networks, because the Alliance is born with this aim, and we would be very glad to have the possibility to interact with you. I think also the colleagues from Assembly of Religions that are part of the Alliance would be very glad if in your discussion you could consider this possibility. So, or you have already started to think about other connections. What is the stage in this area?
Thank you, Giovanni, for your question. Very important one. Of course, we are open and we are looking forward to have this kind of connections and the interaction with other organizations, other associations. We are not limited also to Europe. As I told you, we have also some associated members outside Europe. But it is for us important to establish a solid network, I should call it, with all the players that we can find in we can see in particularly in the European field. So of course we have connections, as you can imagine, with some organizations, some associations, most of them linked with the European structures and also the European Commission. But we are open, and we see it in, of course, with in a very promising way, these kind of connections. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much.
That is my opinion. Of course, as I told you, and sorry, just to say that, and I'm going to say one thing that I said before. We are discussing now our strategic plan. So we have a strategic framework, and of course the decision will be made by the General Assembly. But I'm pretty sure that this way of looking at the other partners will remain, and we will be completely open to interact with the partners and with the other organizations.
Thank you very much. Thank you also, Armando, for this mention of inclusion. I think that relates really very much to actually our big European challenges, right? The strengths and the challenges in Europe of a very large diversity, and at the same time how to connect all this diversity, because Europe is such a diverse reality, and the Commission has been working a lot towards getting stakeholders to work together. And I suppose we can say also that the European University initiative goes into that direction, and we'll have an example of that afterwards. Maybe Armando, very quickly, can you give me examples of something that, well, things that work, things that help to move towards more inclusion, towards more collaboration, things that you look at and you find positive?
I can give you, and thank you, Joanna, for your question. I can give you an example related with the European Universities Initiative, and this is what the Commission wants for the near future. So I think you know that we had 2 calls for the European Universities Initiative, and now we will have probably till 2025 we will have only 1 call more. And the reason, the main reason, I think, is because we want to the Commission wants to enlarge the existing European universities. So we have alliances with 5, 6 members, and they want to enlarge it till the 9 or 10 members. And this is a demonstration of inclusion. So of course, working with these alliances is not easy. I know it because I'm connected with one, and I know what are the main problems that we have and all the difficulties. But at the same time, we have so many challenges. This is so so great to work with other institutions with different approaches that they have, maybe sometimes to the same problems, trying to have a common or at least to discuss the visions that we have. And so if you can include more institutions, and well, at my the alliance where I'm involved with, we discussed which members would we invite to be with us in our alliance. And one region that was mentioned was the Western Balkans, for instance. Because we want to include some regions that are not the most richest ones in Europe, because I think and I hope and I'm sure that we can learn from them and then can learn from us, and working together, co-creating, as we nowadays say so often, is the best way to reach our goals and to have a different and better future that we have now, of course.
Thank you so much for these words, and that blends super well with the next presentation, where we will have a focus on one of these alliances that actually was selected in the very first call, the Epicure Alliance of Universities. What I think one of the main conclusions of your presentation, Armando, is also that collaborating requires more work, and that's why it needs support. And so there is this huge potential in Europe of this wide diversity, and there's also this movement of organizations such as yours, of organizations such as AER as well, that say, well, collaboration is great, it requires funding as well, and that's why we try also to help stakeholders all over wider Europe to access funding, and that's also one of the topics of this project. Our next speakers will actually present the experience of the Epicure University. So this is a joint presentation by Dr. Tresser-Boulos from the University of Thessaloniki, and Anukso from the Amsterdam University. Both will present together something very mysterious, flipped mobility concept, and it's supported by the Digital Epicure Inter-University Campus. Tiatos and Anouk, the floor is yours, and I'm really, really very curious about what flipped mobility is and how you enabled this.
Thank you very much, Johanna. It's very nice to see you again. Thank you also for the kind invitation to Epicure on behalf of myself and my colleague Tras, who will be speaking together with me. It's very nice to be here. If we would have known that there's also a plenary session in Lisbon, timely enough, we would have definitely liked to come over in person. So, boa tarde to everyone in Lisbon. And thank you again. I think that our talk actually fits very nicely with the very interesting presentation delivered just now by Armando, and also the interesting questions. And particularly, I was triggered by your own question, Johanna, about things that work. And we, at least Tras and I, believe that what we developed in Epicure, the flipped mobility concept is a thing that works. So we will tell you about that. and the way in which the Epicure Alliance is working on innovative, sustainable mobility formats that are supported by digital innovations. So maybe we can go to the next slide, please, Tras. Epicure, as you said, is one of the first generation European university alliances. So we were very pleased to be selected for funding 2 years ago in 2019. I'm assuming that the colleagues in the room are familiar with the concept of European University Alliances because we also just talked about them. So we are a member of the first peer group of 17 alliances, and a year after us, 24 more alliances were selected for funding. Epicure is an alliance comprising currently 8 partners from 6 different European countries. And we're home to 5 different European languages, none of them being English. What distinguishes Epicure in the family of European University Alliances is that, well, we focus, or our main objective is that we work on shaping new ways of sharing teaching and learning across Europe. And in our case, all these formats are interdisciplinary and multilingual. We also add touches of entrepreneurial components and service learning to our offerings. So that is just a very brief introduction to our alliance. I think we can go to the next slide because today we will focus on something very specific on how Epicure devised mobilities. Because I just mentioned that we focus on shaping new ways for teaching and learning, and the key format we developed and actually it keeps evolving for that are the mobilities. Maybe before we dive into that, just a few words on the why. I think it is related to the problem, if you wish, that you just mentioned yourself. That is related to accessibility and inclusion in European higher education, because I'm sure that all the colleagues in the room based at universities of applied science have been running, let's say, traditional mobility programs for a number of decades. But unfortunately, such programs are not always easily accessible to all target groups. So some underrepresented groups, unfortunately, before did not have the opportunity to benefit from such an international experience. And that is something that we hope to be able to change and lower the threshold, so to speak, for these mobilities. And why does Epicure believe that this is important? Well, first of all, for our stakeholders, the students, I think this is our main audience. We believe that mobilities are an opportunity to enrich the learning experience because of the exposure to the European classroom, to different academic perspectives and methods. Secondly, our teaching staff, we also think about them. We would like to make teaching exciting and European for them. Also from the perspective of continuous professional development. Our researchers who are also involved in our alliance have the opportunity to share knowledge with one another and connect. And that's particularly important for early career researchers. As it was just mentioned before, we are living in extraordinary times. And this group of researchers often does not yet have the personal network to turn to. So it's very important to provide them with bridging opportunities to get to know their peers across Europe and further away. And finally, as universities, we also have another objective because we, of course, run very many study programs as it is. And these types of new mobilities offer a wonderful opportunity to boost the viability of these study programs, to add something extra, to refresh those programs, if you wish. So that are the 4 main reasons why Epicure is working on this. So now, Joanna, we will reveal the mysterious flipped mobility concept. Actually, it's very simple. What Epicure decided to do, because we are, of course, also working on digitalization, is to flip the perspective around. So we decided to adopt a different type of mobility definition than we used to in our institutional concept. And we decided that we will make mobility happen by the mobility of the ecosystem. of all the universities participating, and also our digital campus. And Tras will tell you more about that in a few minutes. So maybe we can demonstrate what we mean in our next slides. Here you see a picture of the 8 current members of the EPICUR Alliance. And as you can see, we are spread across Europe. So we need some mechanism in order to do things jointly or to collaborate. Each of us is home to an academic community of students, lecturers, and instructors. We have campuses that are filled with resources and important infrastructures for teaching and research. But these are very often bound to a certain location. So in the old days, and I just referred to traditional mobility, it would mean that people needed to come and go, to move, to have access to resources. And in the case of students, well, the lucky ones, that would very often mean a once in a lifetime opportunity to engage in a mobility experience, as you can see in this slide. By flipping the mobility perspective around, we bring the mobilities, so that means the resources, the teaching staff from elsewhere, the infrastructures, the research, we bring them to the students because we created ways and mechanisms and processes for the students to have access to all of these resources. The same is true for our teaching staff. So before, of course, there were also opportunities to exchange staff members, but it would be the same. It would be a very rare opportunity because it's not always possible to move around when you have many duties back home. So again, it was a once in a lifetime or maybe a few times in a lifetime opportunity. But now by flipping that around, instructors also have the opportunity to open up their classes for the entire community of all EPICUR students. For example, by co-teaching or opening up their courses on our digital campus. So that widens the opportunities for mobility. And in order to support that and make sure that our academic community members benefit, EPICUR's worked hard in its first 18 months to create processes to support these mobilities. So we created a mobility definition that we've just shown. We have mechanisms for open calls for courses, for lecturers based at all the 8 EPICUR universities, and also criteria when a course can be an EPICUR course. There is a course catalog that is available online. We've set up admission and review processes, application processes that are all supported digitally. And all of this happens in a paper-free fashion, and it's very user-friendly. So we are noticing that students who usually feel that they cannot self-nominate themselves for traditional physical mobilities, that for them, the threshold to participate in these types of mobilities really is lower. And we also managed to find solutions for the process that happens after selection. So that includes the course delivery that happens online, but also the grading of students, the credits the students will receive. These can be picked up by the students in the transcript of records that's also available on our digital campus, as well as other types of certifications that we are currently working on. Some terms may sound familiar to you, like the micro-credentials one. And finally, because of the multi-party agreement all EPICUR universities signed, the credits recognition has also been arranged for. So it's actually a very user-friendly, smooth process that's fully digital. And we are noticing already that we are reaching out to groups of students that are usually very hard to reach. And even, we are very proud to mention this, we noticed that there's conversion already happening. So there are returning students we are welcoming this academic year who already had an experience in the previous academic year with the first one of EPICUR mobilities. So that's just to give you a quick curtain raiser as to what the flip mobility concept is about. And I would now like to hand over to my great colleague, Tras Tsiatsos, who will tell you all about the design of the EPICUR Inter-University Campus.
Thank you, Anouk, and thanks for inviting us, for presenting you our work. It is, as Anouk said, in line with Armando's objectives. I think that we are tackling most of them with our concept of flip mobility, but also with the digitalization of this process, with a real outcome that I'm trying to present you in 5 minutes. So, as Anouk said, the vision of our inter-university campus would be to act as a central gateway for the Alliance to offer flexible mobilities as these fleet mobilities that could be regarded as single course mobilities or master programs or learning pathways mobilities or internships mobilities. And also for the universities to share courses that already have in their programs of studies or joint courses that are developed during the running of the project. Also, we would like to use this gateway as a single point of communication among the professors and the students, and also for the students to apply, attend, and graduate, let's say, and take the credits from this platform. And of course, for our admin staff to monitor the mobilities based on specific criteria, and also the coordinator of the project to monitor the whole ecosystem and see what's going on. So this is the depiction of the traditional university campus. So in every university, we have the student information system or the campus management system with all registered students, with the grading functionality and the issuing of the diploma. And we have also the learning management system with the learning material, learning activities, virtual classroom rooms, or the real rooms, you can say that we have here. And these are synchronized through the courses and the programs of studies. And the students can have access through the institutional account. The problem is that we have faced many challenges. First of all, a unified access. This is a real problem. We need a centralized campus management system to act as an electronic secretariat and monitor everything. And also a decentralized learning management system, because the main problem for the professor is to change their comfort zone and not to visit another learning management system with another account, etc. And the solution was to support the single sign-on feature using institutional account. So the students cannot create any new account, but they can use the proper and formal institutional account. And to create a common campus management system, we call this VURS, is an acronym of Virtual University Register System, and also a decentralized learning management system. We call this VCLP. This is the Virtual Campus Learning Platform. It's a platform where we are offering a common space if someone would like to create joint courses, or it's a bridge in order to guide the students from the central place to the local learning management system. So we have this map with all these 8 universities from 6 countries in the EPCUR, and we have students from everywhere that would like to access there. So that's the main architecture that the students would meet through this architecture, through this campus, or the decentralized areas. So step by step, we are creating the mobilities, as Anouk said, in this steps procedure. We are creating the mobilities, we are defining them as a consortium. And then we are relating courses in the mobilities, either courses that we have already or new courses, joint courses. And all these courses are created in the secretariat, in the digital secretariat, and we have specific personnel in order to support that. And this personnel is the administrative staff and also technical staff that can monitor the mobilities. After that, we are creating automatically the public course catalog, and we are synchronizing the course with the virtual learning platform. This has been done automatically. So we have in a specific date of time, the course catalog ready, and the landing page for the LMS ready for the students to apply for the courses. And then the students using the institutional account can apply for the courses in the General Secretariat, can see the course catalog, and if they need more details, can contact the contact persons or go to the virtual campus learning platform to visit the courses. So after that, they can, and after their selection, they can access that. If we cannot select the students can see only that. If we select the student can, in KET, they can see only the course in the KET, not in another university. So the students can track their records. I will show you some screenshots then. Can see what is going on in the courses, can communicate with the teachers, and the teachers can communicate with the professors through the systems, through the VOOCs. And then at the end, the students, the professors can grade the students, upload them here, and we can issue them the transcript of records and the certification of them that they have attended successfully the course. So this is screenshot of the course catalog that is free. You can follow this and you can see the current course catalog. And if Anouk, because Anouk, for example, is a work package leader in mobility, and if Anouk change something in a course, then we can, in real time, we can see it in the course catalog. The public can see it. And then the students can see, if they go there in the mobility, can see all the courses, the ECTS that they can have, the description of the course, the learning outcomes, many so much information that could be used in order to create their plans and select the right mobility. Also, they can apply for them. As we have said, they can see them in the system and they can apply for them. They can upload all the documents, the necessary documents that is needed. And after their selection, they can track their progress and conduct the lectures and can have this dashboard in order to see the courses that they have selected and can see the emails and their grades, etc. And also they can issue a learning agreement in order to be sure that this course at the end will be recognized. So this is the screenshot for the learning agreement that we have already implemented. This is a new functionality. And the professors can see their courses and also can communicate with the students, can send a text message, and also to grade them in a proper way, signed by the system. At the end, we can issue, if the student need that, we can issue the transcript of records. And here is just a screenshot of a sample of the student that the transcript of record of a student with the courses, the ECTS, the grade, the receiving institution, and all this information that is needed for the local secretariat to recognize the course. That's the short presentation. I really would like to thank you. And we are here to answer to any questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Tras. This is really very detailed and very exciting, actually. This whole concept of flipped mobility, I found everything exciting. And then I think your presentation also brings us back to infrastructure, to saying, well, there's those lovely ideas and there's how you enable them. And how you, well, what's the system behind? How do you make it user-friendly, not just perfect on paper? How do you make it efficient enough for people to use it? Because that's the whole challenge in the end of a lot of digital infrastructure. I think I have one first question, maybe to you, Tras, on the digital infrastructure you implemented, you created for Epicure, and maybe the first feedbacks you've had. That will be one question for you. And I would love also to hear maybe a quick comment from Armando on this whole concept of flipped mobility and the infrastructure. But maybe first, Tras, if you have feedback and yeah, of users about this whole digital infrastructure you implemented. And then I will have more questions to Anouk on flipped mobility and the link to in-person mobility, if that's okay.
Thank you for the question. There are, I would say, many types of users, because have you seen that there are the professors with very limited functionality, the necessary functionality, the students, the real students, the Epicor students that we have selected, the students that have submitted an application, but they are not eligible or something, the administrative staff, our coordinator, and also the work package leader that are creating the mobility. So there are many target groups. We have done a very preliminary evaluation with our target groups, but this is preliminary last May with not all the functionality, but basic functionality. The results from the professors and the students were promising, very promising. Of course, there are some, functionality problems. We haven't implemented at that time the single sign-on. We have implemented guest accounts, but the general attitude of the students were very, very positive. But it is much more positive from the work package leaders that they can monitor everything, they can change everything on the fly, they can reopen the admission period, they can close the admission period, they can reuse it. So there is no paper and there is no, there is no waste of time for that. And also, we haven't presented that. We have already designed the gamification framework behind that, gamifying many aspects of the system for the coordinator, for the professors, for the European Commission, and of course for the learners and the professors. But this is in the design phase. We have designed that, but we haven't implemented yet. So based on this preliminary feedback, we have all these new developments, new design areas. I don't know if you have covered or do you need more information?
No, that's great, because I see new questions coming in, and I would like to hear also Anouk's view. Someone in the audience is asking, the COVID must have greatly accelerated this process of flipped mobility. How are these courses organized for the students who are actually from the university offering the course in a hybrid form or only online? What works best in your opinion? So maybe, I don't know, Anouk, if you want to answer on the COVID part, and then more generally on the flipped mobility part, if that is a concept that has been accelerated by the current circumstances, and what I'm really interested in to hear about also is whether that translates afterwards into real mobility, like physical mobility. Yeah.
Thank you. It's a great question, actually, both questions, and it's certainly true. The COVID pandemic definitely helped accelerate the development of our digital campus infrastructure, and also helped increase the demand for virtual mobility opportunities for obvious reasons. So Epicor had always planned to develop virtual modules and opportunities, but alongside physical opportunities. But now, due to the circumstances, we started off real quickly with pilots offering only online opportunities due to the lockdowns. And the critical mass of these pilots is also huge compared to what we originally anticipated when we wrote our application. And actually this academic year, we were hoping to expand those virtual mobility opportunities with more hybrid and blended formats. But now that the winter is approaching, we're not entirely sure if this can happen according to plan. Well, I think everyone is aware of the rise in cases in many European countries, unfortunately. But to come back to your question on creating more appetite for physical mobilities. This is actually one of our hypotheses. And we already thought about that as well, because we created one specific mobility scheme that is preparing students for future mobilities in Epicure. So that's a mobility scheme is called Language Training for Mobility. And that offers Epicure students the opportunity to become more fluent in one of the 5 Epicure languages. And the idea is that upon completion, so let's say, for example, a student takes a course in Polish, upon successful completion in the next term or the next academic year, that student would be eligible also to apply for courses, either virtually or physically, offered in Polish language by Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan. So the idea is, as we are aware that we need to achieve double-digit growth in mobilities, that we certainly will not only rely on new English taught courses, but we definitely also need to find ways to open up the institutional availabilities. And one of the ways indeed is to work in a stepwise fashion. So first create appetite for students on our digital campus and more awareness raising of the academic culture of other Epicure universities. And that also lowers the threshold for many to apply for a physical opportunity in their future, their academic future. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I have a quick bouncing question on that. Actually, on the if you could come back on the multilingual aspects, on the co-teaching, and the link with inclusion, actually. And that would blend also a little bit in the previous presentation. From what I understand, by having this co-teaching, by making the ecosystem available rather than forcing the student or the staff member to travel, it makes also the course in the, like, for instance, in Greek language or in Polish. I mean, it makes those courses in the original language also more available and more accessible. If you could say a little something on inclusion and multilingual aspects, and then I'll give the floor again to Armando.
Thank you, Johanna, for another very interesting point you are raising. Indeed, well, Epicure, our own bold aspiration when we started was to become the preferred supplier of multilingualism in Europe. And one of the ways in which we are realizing that is that indeed our Epicure course and mobility offerings are multilingual. So we are offering French taught courses, courses taught in Dutch, in English, and so on and so forth. So that is also a deliberate choice, because we believe that as European universities, we have a responsibility also to keep the national European languages evolving in the academic context. Of course, we use English mainly in collaborations, but we do believe it's part of the training of the future generation of students to also be able to take courses in a local European language. So for this, we also try to equip students with language skills. The same we do for staff. We offer tandem language trainings for staff members to become more comfortable and familiar with other European languages. So that's a very conscious choice. And one of the reasons for doing that also is that we think that there may be target groups amongst our students who would feel more comfortable in applying for mobilities that are not English taught, but perhaps taught in another language. And because of the breadth of our current offerings and the fact that there are different languages of instruction, they have more to choose from. So we definitely expect that that will have a positive impact on the accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I even hear not only accessibility, like the low threshold aspect, but also I would say almost the high threshold, like the attractivity, those people that do not want to have everything in English and would be interested by that extra challenge of a new language or of a language that they started with, and they would like real content, like university content with that language. So that's very exciting to have that quite broad spectrum of opportunities available through the Alliance. Armando, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Joanna, and thank you, Anouk and Truss. Very inspiring presentation, and I really appreciate it. Nevertheless, I'm not so fan of virtual mobility. Of course, there are many advantages, and we can involve much more people when we do it, but there is a risk of avoiding that some of our students that could and maybe should in some, well, we are facing a difficult situation now, but in normal situation, they can and they should do it in a physical way. So trying to visit and to learn not only in a classroom, but all the environment of a new institution for them that we cannot get from the virtual mode. So my question is, do you think that this could be seen as a danger for this kind of physical mobility that I do prefer? And the second one is related with when we think about the courses, and if we have many areas where the labs, the laboratories, the experimental parts are crucial to learn, how do you overcome it in or well, is it a limitation? I think it is, but is it a limitation or not in some courses having apparently no possibility of practicing by touching the equipments, by being in labs? How do you overcome this? Thank you.
Maybe I can start and then Anouk can tell something in addition. I would say that the system that we have presented is not is allow and can support the physical mobility as well. And you can have paperless physical mobility as well. So the place of the delivering the courses will be just replaced by the VCLP, should be just replaced by the classrooms. So in the course catalog, we can say that the link, the course place is not that link, but the course place is this this classroom. That's it, easy. Of course, the virtual mobility is mainly based on the virtual mobility, of course, but this is because the nature of these alliances is the flexibility of the mobilities. That's the problem. So flexibility means that we cannot offer only 60 CTS or 30 CTS like the traditional Erasmus, but we can offer 0, just a certification or a badge, 2 ECTS per semester for every semester, but also the whole diploma or a specific or a whole track or whole specialization. So in the system, we can create this type of mobilities and not these traditional mobilities for 30 CTS. That is, from the pedagogical point of view, most of that is not a fruitful, mobility. This mobility is fruitful for other reasons, for the inclusivity, for the student exchange, but from the pedagogical point of view, the learning outcomes are not totally matched with the receiving university of the local university, of the host university. With these flexible mobilities, we can support this 100% because the student, if he's missing just 1 or 2 courses that are in European identities, for example, that are not available in our university, they can take them from another university. That's the point, one of the points, one aspect. So we can support both. And we plan to support this Erasmus without paper standard in order for the students that are in the course, in the system, to be supported by this Erasmus without paper, and then to move to another country and have a physical mobility. I don't know if Anouk would like to add something.
Maybe just briefly, I think, Armando, what Epicure stands on the different types of mobility is that they can easily coexist. So as I said before, in response to Johanna's question, the virtual forms can support or be, let's say, a preparatory phase for the physical mobilities. And speaking from the experience here in Amsterdam, we are also aware that physical mobilities tend to have a natural absorption level in terms of the volume of students that is able to partake, and also the volume of students that we are able to receive in a physical mode in a specific term or academic year. So in general, it's not a majority of students who tends to benefit. And by adding the virtual opportunities, we hope that that reach will increase. So that is maybe an answer to your first point. And to your second point, we involve the program directors of all the home institution programs very closely in the process of identifying which mobility will be offered in Epicure context and what type of teaching format we will offer, virtual or blended and hybrid forms. And of course, if there's anything that is related to manual skills or lab work, it would be obvious that those parts need to be undertaken on a certain location, or perhaps in parallel, asynchronous on 2 locations. So this is really very thoroughly taken into account, but it's a very good question. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for the answers to this question. And I think it's not a question that we can easily answer, especially I think after 2020, we've noticed we can do a lot online and still we crave the in-person, and we will have to reinvent the in-person anyway, because it's not going to go back to what we knew before. Thank you for showing the interconnection and the complementarity between virtual and in-person mobility, the flipped mobility that is not the reverse mobility, but is actually a combined mobility. That's very ambitious, actually. And I think in Epicure, you're also working on how to, because the challenges at European level, the objectives at the European Commission level are very, very ambitious in terms of mobility. So there's also a whole challenge on how to encourage mobility and how to valorize it. Because if we do courses in different universities, how is that valorized also in our CV? And also in terms of lifelong learning. I think one of the conclusions also in terms of mobility, maybe one thing that everybody is wondering how we can keep or recreate or reinvent it is, how do we get the informal, the accidental, the crazy aspects of mobility? Because that's also an important part of knowing the culture and maybe even of our own plasticity. How do we envisage, how do we get more accidental, more informal and crazy aspects? Because that's also part of getting the brains to work together better. If you have any ideas on how to encourage that, the floor is yours, and yeah, maybe a few concluding words. Anyone?
If I may, we cannot replace the physical mobility with a virtual one. I am researching this many years using virtual learning environments. That's my specialty. But the opportunity is that with the virtual mobility or the flipped mobility, you can cover other areas that are not covered in the physical mobility. That's the main objective, to my point of view, there is not a competition, but a cooperation in both mobilities. And the term blended is not, I would say, the right term. Okay, blended is a huge term. So we should identify as alliances or as partners, as universities, where we would like to be supported by virtual mobility and where we can support the others by virtual mobility. For example, we can support the University of Amsterdam by giving lectures in Greek, modern Greek, easy. And we can offer just one course in order to support their program of studies. This is a virtual mobility for one course, and it's needed.
I think you froze, Trav. I'm really sorry. But I think the conclusion is digital is helping the real life, real world, and it's not replacing, it's not competition. Thank you all for your very valuable contributions. Thank you for thinking together in this webinar and sharing your experience. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So this is the end of your session, Joanna?
Yes.
Well done, well done. As always, Assembly of European Regions is able to bring on the floor the best speakers and to allow us to benefit from this strong network that you have. I would like to mention some connection with the previous sessions, even the past days. I think that you have discussed topics that were already introduced and were missing to get these other point of views from relevant representatives of the university, higher education sector. And in this regard, I would also to underline this aspect that the Skillman International Forum is looking to create networking opportunities. And in this regard, the networking opportunities are not only by exchanging personal business cards, but also understanding how the other networks, organizations like you represents works, and this is a very important aspect, and to put the basis to make future memorandum of understandings for collaboration and exchange of best practices and opportunities for students to benefit from our networking capacity. In this regard, I have seen a very interesting tool, and not only tool, but setting and organization for facilitating the design and the management of the mobility and the opportunity for mobility of students. I think our members, we have several universities and higher education centers that could be interested in this regard. So I wouldn't close the connection here. I take the duty to contact again your speakers to create a specific webinar to go deeper into this solution that you have shown in such limited time. We have understood this very important part of the opportunities that we can offer to our members. Then we have seen this connection with the mobility topics that you have discussed, and of course the other aspects that are related to the institutional capacities. We have seen how much is important from the European Commission to receive feedback from all the stakeholders, and I think that Eurasia has a natural role to collect these instances from the components of your network, Armando. So I think that you play a very important role in this regard. So now, thank you very much to the speakers. I ask now to the director to move on the stage. Anna, would you like to have a last word, or we can close the session? Or Joanna, sorry. Okay, we
We're
can
off.
close. Okay, we can close. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much to the speakers and to Assembly of European Regions. Bye-bye, Joanna. So I ask now to our director to put on the stage the representatives, the next speakers that represent our gold medal that is, of course, is the composition of our COVES, the representatives of our COVES. In the time that the director tried to make this real, my wish real, I will try to share my screen just for one picture. You can see here close to me the two pillars that support the COVE in Lisbon. They are not only them, of course, there are other pillars in the COVE, but they are very strong pillars, concrete pillars, because they work so much to have for keeping on this important reality. So this is the Lisbon COVE, and you have here to my side, you have Luisa Dornellas and Maria Ribeiro, Maria Elena Ribeiro. And I see Anna Maria Patella. I don't see yet the coordinator of this session, but please, I'm not so multitasking. Let me share the screen. I want to show you something. Okay, this one. I'm waiting to see appearing Filippo Chiarello. I see he's appeared, but I don't see him. Okay, I see Rossella Brindani, and I see the director, but I don't see yet. Oh, probably here. I see Filippo now. Ciao, Filippo. Okay, so just a moment. Filippo, can you open your microphone also?
I am here.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to change the size of the screen to see. Okay. Yes, I think we are expecting some other members from Greece, probably from Italy. We are missing Cento, Chiara Pancaldi, I suppose we are waiting for. And then who more? From Spain, to be more precise. So this is the session to introduce a reflection. I hear some voice. Please switch off your microphone if you don't have to. Before to give you the ownership of the session, Filippo, I'm going to say one word. I have here the slide that bring the triangle of the knowledge triangle flying on Mars planet, the one that we have used for the spot to the video that we used for promoting the forum this year. And so we have right now ended an important session that was showing us other existing network in higher education. It was started with capacity of higher education. We need to involve such players in our game because they are an effective component of this triangle. So I know that Filippo is very well able to explain all this, but I think that now the focus will not be directed to specific components or to the specific members belonging to the higher education. We move here, and Filippo has the availability to interview or to support the COVES to present their own. So I know that you have prepared some specific argument to be discussed. I see also my friend Narcís Bosch from Catalonia, and Filippo. The floor is yours. I will stop to share the screen, and then you can use the space as you like.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. So my name is Filippo Del Nino. I am a Human Capital Development Specialist in the European Training Foundation. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here with you. I think it's a very interesting topic. It's a topic that is very important. We care a lot for it in Skillman and in ETF. So we are talking about the redefinition of excellence in an inclusive perspective. It's a challenging conundrum. I mean, it's a dilemma. We didn't want to bring you a theoretical presentation, which is way too easy, but we really wanted to ask people who actually run things on the ground in Center of Vocational Excellence, what is their take on this topic? So it's going to be a round table. I will ask the participants to quickly introduce themselves. Maybe I start with Maria Ribeiro.
Hi, I am Maria Ribeiro. I work with the Development and Training Department at the Lisbon City Council and work mainly with inclusive perspectives and possibilities within recognition of competencies. For example, it is a huge challenge that we are since almost 20 years pursuing.
Thank you very much. Then I move to Rossella Brindani from Reggio Emilia.
Hi, hello to everybody. I am Rossella Brindani and I am in charge of the coordination of the COVE of Reggio Emilia. It's really a very big issue, that one of excellences versus social inclusion, but I think that we all do our best to give our contribution to this issue. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Then we have Anna Maria Patella, I can see on screen.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Anna Maria Patella and I'm in charge for the coordination of the Puglia COVE. Of course, the topic of inclusion it's quite crucial also for us. We face every day difficulties linked to this topic, and so for us it's very interesting to have the opportunity to share some thoughts and some possible way to better face these kind of difficulties in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chiara Pancaldi from Ferrara.
Good morning, I'm Chiara Pancaldi, I'm Cento Fund Director. I'm in charge of the coordination of Cento COVE. Cento COVE manages a lot of activities with very different targets, from youngsters to adult people, employed, unemployed. And in all these activities, we try to perceive the excellence, but also the inclusion, because in our territory, we have a strength relation with the companies, and with the companies that participate to the COVE, we try to realize services targeted to upskilling of employed people, but also to requalification of unemployed or guidance for youngsters. So every day we try to realize both the goals.
Thank you very much. Then we have Narcís Bosch. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. From Barcelona.
Yes, thank you. Narcís, if you want to know exactly how it sounds in our language, but it's no problem. I can understand when you tell me in your language. It sounds like this. Hello, I'm Narcís Bosch. I'm the director of the Federation of Chambers of Commerce in Catalonia. Catalonia is a region in the northeast of Spain. It's approximately the 20% of economy of our country. It's a very diversified economy, and as chambers, we are involved highly in vocational training, and we also manage a lot of programs addressed to young unemployed or that are under the guarantee of the European Union. And well, we have developed a tightly knit relation with centers of vocational training. We manage all placements and internships among students and companies. And so we have a deep participation in our VET system in Catalonia.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Manos Andreadis from Greece.
Thank you, Filippo. Hello, everybody. I'm Manos Andreadis from Asset Technology, Athens, Greece. I'm the coordinator of the Greek COVE. It is a pleasure to meet all the representatives of the other COVEs, of the global COVEs here in this panel. And we're looking forward to the discussion about how to integrate social inclusion into excellence, as it is for sure a very hot topic, especially nowadays.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Filippo, sorry, you had your discussion. Filippo, sorry, we have the director of the office here that we forgot to ask to present herself. Thank you very much.
No problem. Maria speaks so well, so it's okay. My name is Luisa Dornelas, and I'm the head of training and department of Lisbon City Council. And we work in VET areas, and we provide several training courses in different domains. So we have, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we work for Lisbon City Council workers, but also for citizens. So we have a lot of experience, and now we are very committed with COVES centers. So I think it's the most important thing we are doing now, and after that we will talk about the issues you want.
Thank you. Sorry, because you are in Turin. Sorry, because you are in Turin, Filippo, but I'm here. Then I have to manage. It's a joke, eh?
Okay, just a few points so that it help frame the discussion how I proposed it. We have several topics, but you can add additional topics if you want. You can sort of skip from one to the other. I think we can have quite an interactive discussion. You know each other very well, so instead of replying to a question of mine, if you want to ask question to another of the COVES coordinator, you can do it. I mean, it's going to be really an informal discussion. So when we talk about excellence, of course, you know that in Europe, we're not talking about an elitist concept of excellence. So we are not talking about the same model like the Ivy League that is, or other cases like in the United States, where you basically just choose the best of the students, create homogeneous groups, which have demonstrated strong key competences, a very strong attitude towards study, and you put them together and you build on that. So we don't have this model for several reasons. Part of you is because we have central vocational excellence, which are part of public educational system, which have a certain political view of what should be the role of education. The second key element is that this has been raised already in the presentation by several of you. You have a diversified group of stakeholders. So it's not only students in the initial education, but you have people who want to upskill, people who want to reskill, people who are sort of left behind or feel left behind, have some difficulties in continuing their career path and the skilling into the context of their career path. So there are several reasons for which the excellence for central vocational excellence is a much more complex concept. This has been, of course, picked up by the European Commission when they've launched their own initiative for the Central Vocational Excellence, covered and funded by Erasmus. One of the key pillars, indeed, is social inclusion. There are two additional issues which I think are interesting and we could actually pick up in case some of you have experiences with that. The first one is the use of key competences as a tool for providing better opportunity in a lifelong learning perspective. So going beyond the qualification, but strengthening those competences who could really help the student or the adult to continue learning throughout their life and be as an active citizenship. I think this is one of the key developments that is taking place now, because we've seen the challenges in Europe now with the political crisis, non-participation. So really using education and training as a tool for ensuring that people who comes out of the educational system are active citizenship is really a key element. And the last element, which I would like to put on the table, again, it's a complex one, so we can touch it depending on how much time we have available, if it is a very important element for you, and it relates to the challenges that digitalization and the introduction of digital education reforms put on the issue of social inclusion. I mean, from the very obvious, I mean, a lack of tools in families, like computers, how many computers per kid you have, so to the most complex relationship in terms of use of ICT in education. We know that digital reforms have a very, very powerful tool to actually increase the learning of students, but at the same time, the risk is that this increase of learning is not the same for everybody. So more or less, we have gathered 4 questions for you, starting from the most general one, which I would maybe say it's the most important, which is, what is your understanding? What is your position of your institution in relation to the excellence versus social inclusion debate? And in practical terms, what are the policies and mechanisms to address excellence inclusion conundrum? So this is more general one. And then after that, maybe we could talk about what are your target groups, and then move into the key competence and the digital education. But maybe we could start having a round table on the first element. I see you also. I think we could go traditionally, for those who want to speak, they can just raise their hands. There's no need to actually highlight it or write it in the chat box. Who wants to start? Maria? Rosella?
Okay, I'm very interested because I have my opinion on this general question, and I'd like to introduce my vision in order to have a feedback from everybody. And I will start from a consideration. When we use the word excellence, in my opinion, we refer to components of excellence that characterize a geographical location and a territorial ecosystem. But excellence means also have a vision of the weak and the strength points of a local socioeconomic system, with particular reference to the needs of this area or of this specific territory. So, speaking about excellence and inclusion, as a leader of a COVE, it was the big challenge. And so what we have done was to define the main obstacles that as a leader of a COVE, we need to overcome in order to carry on quality inclusive actions. And we define a list. First of all, in our opinion, is and this is a sort of vision, strategy to close down the silos. to mitigate the self-referentiality of actors, to improve the commitment of other actors through a sharing of a common vision, that is, sharing is caring. Develop the cooperation with public actors, and create more awareness of all the issues that the word inclusion means among enterprises. And the first thing that we have done to put in practice this vision was to develop a strong cooperation among social, education, and business system. And we did it through a K2 Erasmus Plus project that is aimed to define a new profile, the learning facilitator, that is a sort of bridge between the three systems. So I stop here because now I am curious to listen from other.
Thank you very much, Rosella. I think Rosella raised already some very interesting points. You can build on them if you want. There's one issue I wanted to, I forgot actually to put in my introduction, but I think it's a very important one. Not everywhere, but in many cases, it's part of the mandate of Center of Excellence to act as coordinator or model for normal VET providers or institutions, because they have more resources, because they are more excellent, so they are better in performing their duties. So the idea is that the models they develop can be implemented also in other schools. So it's not just we are the best because we got the best students, but we have developed a way of working that you could actually look forward and also implement. So I think this is very important. So to define methodologies and approaches which can be replicated. I also like very much the fact that excellence is also, instead of just doing whatever is your work, because that's your mandate, but really investigate what are the needs. So trying to really find a purpose for it, and just to start doing because it's what you're paid for. So I think this is a very interesting element identified already. Anyone else?
I can participate with some words, and also Maria can complement.
You are listening?
Are you listening?
Yeah, we hear you.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Okay. So about the excellence and social inclusion, now you are giving the first steps, and you are very committed with this question, because we worked a long time ago as VET providers, but now we are thinking to work more deeply with our partners. We identify ATEC as a partner because it is a VET provider with an excellent experience in manufacturing area, and also other full partner is AIP, an industrial association in Portugal. So these two partners with us, we are a public service. We thought it will be a good way to identify how can we do better than we do until now. We do all the times better as we can, but we are very conscious we can do better in a different way when we join other partners that works in different areas. And this work, we can identify what is important things to do for excellence, like a provider, VET provider association, and also how we can do in the same way joining the best practice of each other. So I think is the first step we want to do together, because each provider, each partner has a lot of experience in different areas. For instance, in Lisbon City Council, in the municipality, we each year design specific plans for inclusion. We study our statistics and we identify some targets to work with them. Also, we understand the most important key competence in this time is digital competence. Because we have in Portugal, of course we have in Lisbon, but it's the same question in Portugal. We have good conditions of provide the hardware, the networking, but people don't know how to work, how to assess digital issues. So for this situation, we are very conscious and we design a specific program, inclusion program for not lead people in each with different different ways because they need to achieve digital competence for be real citizens with all the rights they have to have. So Maria, can you?
Yes, of course. Yes.
No.
No. Yeah, I don't know if you want to redevelop more the areas as we work, but now I think this is the most important program we are doing for also workers, our workers, but also for citizens. And we implement these training and courses in special places for the city, because there are regional different situations about their qualifications, their incomes, and also, of course, their situation about this key competence. We are convinced the digital competence is a great problem for citizens to take part of the society.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I think you already touched one of the aspects that I put as question, which is the issue of the key competence. Thank you very much for that. Anna Maria, I think she raised her hand.
I think that Narcisse put the hand
Narcisse,
up
sorry,
before me.
you were before.
So please.
No problem. Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to move from bed provider to bed system. We are not a bed provider. Well, we are also a bed provider, but we are part of the bed system in our region. And it's different because, well, we are an organization that represents and promotes businesses. So, but also as a part of our tasks, we train people to be better prepared to be in the system as an initial training for juvenile warranty of the youth warranty of the European Union, but also to specialize people in the needs of our businesses, mainly not in technical aspects, but in administration, trade, and so on. But we also are part of the system because we try to that bed providers provide a good level, they deliver good skills and good people with key competencies and the competencies needed for different businesses. But also, as we are speaking about excellence and inclusion, from the point of view of companies, As I said, we manage the system of placements and internships, and we speak about vocational training with a lot of companies around this. What motivates companies to deal with inclusion? That's an important question, because it's something that goes from the values of individuals in the companies to the values or the responsibility of the company. So this is a way to deal with it from our, it's very complex, and I can only speak about a portion of the real problem, and I don't try to generalize. But of course, we have to make sure that the individual values and the company responsibility can be part of the inclusion system that we need in our societies. And also this inclusion system can be dealt with tools that we use for increasing responsibility of businesses. And this is always raising awareness of the problem, finding stakeholders around the company that have these needs and transmit them to the company, and then to share best practices that we know about success models of inclusion and so on. And all these must be recognized also by society, by governments, by everyone that has a role in the VET system. In the VET system and in the inclusion system, they overlap, but they are the different systems, of course.
Thank you very much, Narcís. Anna Maria?
Yes, I would like to echo, first of all, what Rossella was telling before. Excellence in TVET and in technical education is a question of vision, and the vision of a system, because of course training activities are developed in cooperation with many stakeholders, mainly with the companies. So we need to share with all these stakeholders the same vision of excellence, and this means also to understand what are the indicators in order to say that we are managing in an excellent way our training offer. So and to be aligned on this on these standards. And also the cooperation with companies is really crucial in terms of inclusion. I was thinking about the possibility of the access to technical roles for people with disabilities. We have tested this very crucial issue with people, with young students, for example, affected by narcolepsy, by autism, by different difficulties. Let's imagine what means to design and to cooperate with companies having at the center a young student with this kind of difficulties. This means to co-design the training pathway. This means to co-design how the workplace that will love the students has to be conceived. This means to co-design the criteria for selecting the company tutor that will follow the students. This means that the companies must have a very high level of social responsibility, ethical responsibility in order to cooperate. And we found this kind of companies. Many of these hosted our students and also employed them. This means that there is a sensibility towards this topic, and these kind of examples, good examples, should be replicated, should be promoted in order to strengthen this kind of cooperation in terms of inclusion. So inclusion should be shared, and the concept of excellence should be shared with all the stakeholders that cooperate in the training offer.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. I think you and Narcis have highlighted one very important aspect. I have to say, I'm glad, because I was not so optimistic about how easy it is to engage companies in the inclusion component. Companies have to respond to usually whether shareholders or their own family members' reaction in terms of. But it's very good that we have good examples. It's very good that we managed to include companies in the VET environment. One thing is to involve them in typical work-based learning or a mechanism where they do have a clear benefit, but involve them also in discussion linked to inclusion. I think it's a very important development, and I'm very glad that we identified examples. I also think it's very important because policies are not enough. I mean, in Italy, companies have mandatory quota for people with disabilities, but in most cases, I mean, I know personally a lot of companies who just give the salary and ask the people to stay home, say, use whatever you want, but don't come, which is quite frustrating and for the person. So policies are not enough. I mean, you really need to then develop mechanisms for having them work. And I think this is a very, very good example. I think there was Manos, and Ana Maria, want to reply on this?
Yes, just to say that in many cases, apprenticeship allow companies to know the students beyond the disability. So this means to put in evidence the value of the person beyond the disability. And this means to create links, to create affection. And then even the rigid way to select new employees is conjugated with the real knowledge of the person. So probably apprenticeship, it's a way, it's a tool to favor
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a very good point. There is Manos and then Elena, sorry.
Yes, I absolutely agree with what our colleagues mentioned so far. I wanted just to say that when somebody hears the word excellence, many times we have misunderstandings about what excellence is. There are a lot of people who consider that when you say the word excellence, this automatically means a social exclusion for specific groups. So we have to define, first of all, what excellence is. And if we want to say it in just very simple words, it is directly linked with quality. Quality about spotting the needs, quality on the methodologies, quality on the results, finding the way to do something in the best possible way. And even this includes people with less opportunities. It's part of an excellence, of a system of excellence. And this is very important. During these 3 days at the SIF conference, most of the presentations combined competencies and community. And this fact shows that community and the needs of the young people, even of those with less opportunities and less competencies, is part of our excellence system. And I think that this is very important. And another example could be that excellence is a new pedagogy in order not to include only the best performing students, but also the less performing students, and through the innovation of pedagogy, lead them to a success and integration of the society. So excellence and society or social inclusion are directly linked And this is something that we have to emphasize.
Thank you very much, Manus. I couldn't agree more. I think it goes in line with what I said before. I mean, a center of excellence be a realistic model for other providers. So we do it with the same students you have. We don't have better students. It's the same. We are just excellent because we have developed mechanism and pedagogies that allow us to bring up the quality of the students at a higher level, not because we start from a higher level. I think this is, for me, is very, very, very important. Elena and Chiara.
Yes, thank you, Filippo, and good afternoon to everybody. I absolutely agree with the consideration that excellence is a very complex and multi-faced concept. In my opinion, it's not only a technical or concept in terms of tools and measures to be taken in order to create conditions for potential targets, but it's also an organizational concept that means a systematic vision. So all the stakeholders involved have to design, not only join forces for common objectives, but also to define a common language, a common strategy in order to be able to reach the goal of excellence and having the same vision regarding what excellence means. So it's this is the first challenge, in my opinion, because it's not, let's say, a dimension involving only one organization, but it has to involve all the organizations part of the COVE itself. So during this conference, we heard many times the words referring to the importance of skill developments, upskilling, reskilling, urgency of support, skilling and upskilling of any kind of target or individuals. The question is that even if we speak about micro-credentials, as this morning, this implies not only the action of one organization or, beside this, of the entire COVE, but also an active role of the public administration, in my opinion. So this is the role. So Filippo, you have said it's not only a question of policy. I absolutely agree with you that we have to balance policy and organizational aspects and technical aspects. Because, for example, in these 2 days, we have organized 2 study visits, one in Cento, at the COVE, coordinated by Cento Forum, and one in Reggio Emilia, by CIS and the COVE located in Emilia-Romagna. And of course, everyone has, let's say, was very satisfied, okay? Both, let's say, host organizations and participants. So one of the study visits was focused on green at Cento Forum COVE, and the second one was focused on digital revolution as regard the CIS in Reggio Emilia. But of course, what we are trying to do in Emilia-Romagna is cooperating as COVEs, but continuously dialoguing with the ARTER, so the Emilia-Romagna region. Because of course, the social inclusion is itself a wide dimension, a systematic dimension, composed by many pieces and many aspects. So at the moment, for example, speaking about micro-credentials, we need absolutely updated policies to be able to proceed in this direction. It's not only, let's say, a desire or an expectation of the regional vet providers or other stakeholders. The role of the public administration is necessary to have the correct and the right condition to proceed in this direction. So we have to balance to have, in my opinion, excellence as a result.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. Chiara?
I totally agree with Elena. I was saying the same. In my opinion, every vocational and training system operates in a local ecosystem where we have a policymaker who decide the strategy of that local ecosystem. In our case, we operate in Emilia-Romagna region. There is a smart specialization strategy in Emilia-Romagna focusing excellence, but also inclusion. There is a document called Patto per il lavoro e il clima, so agreement for jobs and climate change, signed by all the organization, main organization in Emilia-Romagna, so universities, social parties, and local bodies, and also VET providers. And in this document, we say that it's important to perceive excellence with particular reference to the green and digital transition, but it's also important that no one was left behind. So everyone needs his or her path for reaching excellence, or at least inclusion, okay? Because it's not so easy to reach always excellence if you consider excellence only the top quality of profession and so on. But the real matter is to avoid no inclusion. So we have a lot of people in relation to some jobs that are at risk of being cancelled from the green and digital transition, that we need to take care for giving them a new opportunity. So in my opinion, perhaps Narcis said this, it's not a VET provider excellent, but a VET system became excellent when is able to liaise different subjects, different organizations. For example, in our case, we have a strength relation with University of Ferrara and Center of Research really, connected to that university. And in my opinion, this is very important for skills foresight, for example. But we have also a strength relation with labor and social services in our territory and with schools, because it's very important to know if there are youngsters that came at the end of their school path and they have particular problems and they need particular help to reach the goal of a job opportunity. And as VET center and VET system, we are able to do this also because in our region we have some policies that facilitate this support with personalized training paths, with internships, with a lot of action aiming to include everyone in this transition.
Thank you very much. Rossella.
Yeah, I will say just few things. In my opinion, the main task of a COVE leader is to shift from his vision and strategy to the role of guide all the other actors in a sort of journey to reach the excellence. So to connect all the actors, and not only the excellence of a dedicated area, but we have this duty because we are, why we have the ambition to be the leader of a COVE, because maybe we have this vision, we can analyze in a better way, as I said before, the strong and the weak point, and what is really very good and what should be improved. And in our case, in Emilia-Romagna, with the presence of Arthur, we also can suggest, for example, the improvement of some infrastructure that could facilitate the inclusion of people. So we have a duty. If we have the ambition to be leader of a COVE, we should have also the capacity to involve all the actors of an ecosystem.
I think this is the point where you all agree. I mean, you converge on the role of COVES as the center of the TVET ecosystem. And to what extent, I mean, is absolutely mandatory to have all the stakeholders. I would like to ask you, because one of the issues, I mean, I'm working with countries outside Europe. I have to say, one of the things which is most frustrating for me is that they do have good universities, but they don't manage to get universities involved in TVET. I mean, in terms of participating to Center of Excellence, participating to policy discussions. So how do you, in your experience, what apart from the commitment of the individual rectors or whatever, I mean, but what are the reasons behind the strong involvement of universities in your networks? Is there anything that some other countries can actually build on to go to university and say, it's okay, let's try a different way so that you are really supporting us?
Are you asking me this question, or
I'm opening for the floor. Whoever wants to answer can.
Okay.
Can I?
Sure, Lisa.
Yes. Okay. In the municipality, we have a lot of network with several stakeholders, and of course, universities are one of them. We have also, regarding what Rosella and Marie-Hélène were saying about the inclusion of, we have already great experience in the inclusion of those that are in risk of exclusion because they can't accede to digital equipment, because they can't accede to key competencies that are the basis of their active citizenship. And we can involve groups, our target groups for inclusion, we can involve them and enroll them in several activities that might provide them these competencies for the best inclusion, and with the quality that we can provide as a VET provider, and even within the recognition of competencies and the certification of the several competencies, we can articulate it with the schools and with several to offer different paths to those who can certify and achieve another qualification path in our recognition certification center. If people can reskill and upskill their own competencies, either being workers of the municipality, in public administration workers, either if they are citizens, they can come and they can achieve different paths that sometimes are tailored to their needs. And this means also to don't leave no one behind. People can come, they can we have several infrastructures, facilities, and equipments, and they can come and have their free path with the help of all of us. So, and in this sense, we as a co-leader, we can put the stakeholders together and all the actors to be in the same direction, to provide excellence and quality to all, regardless their income or their qualification, because they can acquire qualification to have a brighter future.
I know Portugal is one of the countries which have implemented recognition of prior learning more systemically and more effective. So, by the way, congratulations for that. It's a very powerful tool.
Yes.
There are many countries. I know Italy is still not there, but Italy also has the challenges of the national and regional level, where you have two different levels to actually align. Chiara.
Yeah, in my opinion, in our territory, it's compulsory to involve university in TVET, but if something is it's compulsory, it's not always good. It's good if you are able to create a real network between the VET system and the university. I think this is the case of Cento Cove. We started our relation with the University of Ferrara in 2009 in relation to the design of an IFTS course that is a one-year specialization course in mechanical design. Mechanical design was a topic very important for our territory, because we have a lot of mechanical companies in our territory, and they search a lot of this kind of profiles, and they are not able to find it on the job market. So we started a dialogue with our companies and involving the Department of Engineering of the University of Ferrara, and then the high schools of our territory, the technical high schools of our territory, because there were two problems. The first one was that we have a lot of mechanical companies, but a few youngsters that choose mechanical paths at high school. So, and very, very few. For example, one year, I remember 20 youngsters choose mechanics, and 1,000 youngsters other paths in a territory that has 80% of mechanical companies, okay? So this is crazy. So we started to think about how to change this trend through specialization courses, but also through guidance for children between 12 and 13 that have to choose their path. And in this design and in the realization of this kind of activity, the involvement of the University of Ferrara Department of Engineering was very strong. Starting from this idea, from this initial project, we developed a lot of activities involving them, even if it was not compulsory, okay? So for this reason, I say, okay, it's compulsory in TVET, for example, in ITS courses, in IFTS courses, you need to involve university, but if it's only compulsory, it's not real. It's real if you involve university, even if it's not compulsory. For example, in Erasmus projects or in lifelong learning or in other kind of activities as guidance, for example, where it's not compulsory, but I think it's an added value. It's another value for both, for the VET center and also for the university, because in my opinion, VET centers, VET providers are more near to companies than university, and more near to school, more near to the territory. So in my opinion, is a relation win-win, the one between VET center and university, if it's real, if it's concrete.
Just before giving the floor to Anna Maria, so I fully agree with you, but on the fact that it has to be, it may start with mandatory requirements, and then it has to develop in a real relationship. But do you agree that the mandatory inclusion of universities in the partnership for ITS and IFTS has facilitated this relationship? So was it actually effective as a policy?
So I can bring the experience of an ITS, because ITS Cucurilla Foundation is an ITS.
I lost you. Is it me or you lost her as well?
No,
As well,
I'm here.
Okay, okay.
I'm here. So it is foreseen by law that universities are founding members. And so I can understand what Chiara says when she underlines that in some way the cooperation is a bit directed and oriented. What is the real problem? The real problem is to understand how to define a supply chain. It is also understandable by the audience, by participants, who does what in some way. And probably sometime a clear representation of the roles, of the opportunities, the different opportunities, a real targeted representation of what can be offered. The difference between the offer is missing, is lacking. So probably at national level, probably we can improve on this aspect the cooperation, mainly in view of the new foreseen professional degree that are foreseen in the future, in the near future, as a deed offer for the third cycle. So maybe something can be improved in terms of more clear vision of what can be the difference, what can be the contribution, the clear contribution that each other can exchange.
Thank you very much. Chiara.
In relation to this point, for example, now there is a discussion about how to define by law a credit system between ITS courses and university courses. In this case, I think that obviously, okay, a law, but it's not enough. And it's not necessary because, for example, in our case, inside our COVE, we have an ITS foundation, ITS Tech, Territory Energy Construction. Since the beginning, we started to design the courses together with the University of Ferrara. And since the beginning, we define credits for people who attend ITS courses and who decide then to continue his education in university in Ferrara, because every university is free to recognize or not recognize credit. So obviously it's easier for a university to recognize credit if they know the path, the training path, because they have designed it and because they have taught on it. So we involve the University of Ferrara in teaching, for example. And about also to clarify to students the differences between this kind of paths, we started to realize some guidance activities at high school together, VET centers, ITS, and university, thinking about professions. So, for example, today, before this meeting, there was a seminary where we have ITS Tech Foundation presenting the course ITS, and University of Ferrara Department of Engineering and Architecture, presenting their training path to students of the 5th year of high school, okay? So in this way, I think that it's more clear for students to focalize a technical area and to understand that there are different paths, vocational and training path, university paths, in relation to that technical area. And also it's easier to understand the differences between this kind of paths, but also the interaction, because there are interaction.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was very interesting. Indeed, just to summarize, it's a clear path for people, I mean, to get higher level of qualification. I mean, so to be inclusive instead of just having one direction. You go to high school or you don't go to university. I mean, you can design different paths and allow the person to actually move in one direction and then to actually move back into a more academic stream of university. I think this is very important, and the analysis of statistics will be even more important. I'm talking about it because I know the issue is is the number of ITS, the number of students still limited, and expanding the type of studies would probably have a massive effect at the national level. I would like to touch, just to have your experience and your feeling on the issue of risk of social exclusion due to the integration of digital education, digital reforms in education. Okay, so from the more basic, I mean, availability of IT tools for everyone, to the more advanced, I mean, to what extent different students are better engaged through digital instruments, and so to what extent you are increasing the learning gaps between students using these technologies. You have all had experiences, unfortunately, due to COVID, so all of you had to deal with it in the context of your programs and your centers. What was your experience? How optimistic you are? How pessimist you are? Just to share your point of view. Is it an issue? Maybe it's not an issue for you. It's going to be an issue only for a few years. But I mean, really, feel free to. This is more of a feeling, because it's something very new. Maria.
Yes, just an exchange regarding this, because it's a very delicate topic, in my opinion, because due to COVID, we forced necessarily to digital education in all various forms, possible forms. And we also face problems, technical problems, accessibility problems. So a lot of critical issues we had managed during the lockdown period, and we are still managed in this hybrid period where everything is hybrid or anyway blended. Of course, the forced experience has been very, very important also for reflecting on the new needs that the transition to digital education requires. In my opinion, the better supply chain, it's a personal opinion, but according to our context, in my opinion, the better supply chain, so that providers, has demonstrated more flexibility, more adaptability, has a single organization and also as a system, think into complex paths like WEF 4 and 5, for example, in comparison to school. Because in my opinion, the system that has a great capacity of adapt choices and also positions or methodologies according to the emerging needs with rapidity, so and tempestivity, is that school is more rigid, more tied up to traditional approaches. So in Italy, my opinion is that we, let's say, we have experienced a very big problem where the lack of let's say, skills and competencies connected to digital learning revolution, especially for teachers at any level, probably not at university level, because university is more used to deliver lessons and meetings online, so to digital online learning, but secondary schools, lower secondary schools. So these kind of schools in Italy are demonstrated, suffered very much to this forced digitalization.
Thanks, Elena. I think that is very interesting, the comparison between VET and general education. Maria, you wanted as well, and then Narcis.
Yes, thank you. As to yes, we a lot with this pandemic, and we had to adapt. Even our own technicians, our officers, had to gain digital competencies. So we could, in fact, learn, but also provide through this almost 2 years of pandemic situation, we could provide in digital forms several courses that we ended to adapt because aiming the main needs that people were facing. It was a challenge. We also adapt the program for digital literacy inclusion to provide people that were at risk of exclusion with several tools so that they could, for example, achieve to contact the health services, to be able to deal with digital different tools, how to buy online. So we made several videos, and we use this social media that we have to provide these courses to all. Through Facebook, we created several groups that could help those who are in this need of digital literacy lack of competency. So for us, it is a program that has already earned some prizes. It was very, very good for us to design and to elaborate it, because even to those who were in this implementation, it was a way to gain different skills and competencies and abilities that we didn't have. In fact, we coordinated this with several internal stakeholders, but also with schools, with parishes. We could offer it in the libraries, for example, and we provided the equipments and the computers that were needed to this. It was a great challenge, but we were in the end very satisfied with this offer that we could provide. Even to migrant people, for example, we had groups of migrants who we could provide them with the basic to deal with some difficulties that they really had.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting, Narcis. And then, if nobody has additional point, I think we are ran out of time.
Okay, only a short thing, and perhaps it's too obvious, no? But first thing with this digital item is access to digital hardware. I think it's quite obvious, but we can have a lot of policies, but if you don't have access to digital hardware, it's just impossible. It's and I think we should focus in this objective. It's not necessary to be in a, could be in a library, can be, it's not necessary to provide hardware for every student. We are speaking about students now, but of course you must have, you cannot make do without digital technology, and to access digital technology you must have access to digital hardware. So it's I think it's a focus that the policy must have, that make sure, because if not, it's not going to work.
It's obvious, but it's one of the key issues. I mean, it has to be addressed. It's complex. I mean, you have some solutions, like, for example, moving as much as possible to mobile phones, because this is something that you're quite confident students have, because you can find even very, very cheap on the market, while computers and iPads at different scale in terms of investment. So there are some easy solutions, others which are more complex, but it's important to always keep it on the radar. I mean, the accessibility it does make the difference. It's not having to have real accessibility. If you have one computer out of 5 kids, it's just not the same. You may survive, but your learning opportunities are going to be very, very lower compared to the other kids. So you will have really equity issue. I would really like to thank you, all of you, for your participation. I think we have raised a number of very interesting elements. I like very much how all of you, despite all the high level of your own institution, focus more on the TVET system as an ecosystem than yourself. Very altruistic. I think it was a very interesting discussion, and I wish you a nice continuation of today. I'm not sure if we have an additional session or tomorrow at the conference.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Good evening. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you,
Bye.
Filippo.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Good. Don't go away. Stay online, because there is another session. So yes, it's not with you as a speaker, of course, but there is an important session. Now we have 5 minutes break for sip coffee. I have already provided my coffee. Now I will drink during my access to the coffee room, virtual room. So I combine real coffee, very, very good coffee, with the virtual experience. And then we have another session. We have a surprise then, because we will discover who are the winners this year of the Skillman Award. So don't go away, stay online in a few minutes. And thank you very much to the speakers of this session, my friends of the COVES network, and particularly thanks to Filippo. I didn't mention before, Filippo is an outstanding expert in the education sector in TVET, and he has a very relevant experience in countries where we have interactions, we have partnerships, and outside Europe, and we think that Filippo brings to us relevant know-how that we try to valorize with the continuous collaboration. We see each other every week for meetings and interactions, and Philippe also sources our need of experts for the webinars that we set every month, because the Skillman network, as we know, organizes and the Alliance organizes several webinars during the year, and Filippo is one of the persons behind all these organizations, together with Valentina De Vico. So, and thanks to the coordination of Maria, Marielena, I think we produce very valuable documents and video documents, and then now we are moving to transform all these resources in educational resources. Thank you very much, Filippo, to take in charge of this session. Bye-bye.
We will go to take it.
So now coffee.
Coffee.
Virtual coffee. Don't worry, stay on, stay on. We are just taking a break.
In the table.
Sorry?
There's no need to use the table because we can go
Then we have the connection with the director, with Benvinda.
Ah, bem-vinda. But it's downstairs.
Hello there, participants.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Hi. Okay, there are participants. We have online participants connected, and we have invited participants to ability to speak in the Zoom room. And we have here Valentina De Vico, Miss Valentina, that is our pillar for marketing and communication, responsible for the video contest, and she will reveal us some surprise concerning this yearly video contest, 2021 video contest. So, Valentina, I don't want to get so much. I just want to say that this is a way to make involvement of our stakeholders and friends and partners, and through this video contest we try to collect ideas for the future of skills. In particular, we address skills that belongs to the soft skills classification, because we talk about the ethical skills, but anyway, this is not a very strict definition. We are ready even to listen variations, and creativity is important. So please, the floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me online as well? I cannot turn on my microphone, otherwise there's echo, but I think you can hear me, right?
No, you have to use that mic. It's
yeah,
okay.
It's okay. So again, just to give a little bit of context, this Skillman Ethical Skills Awards is something that an initiative that we organize every year, and we invite all the participants to send us videos that showcase ideas. And those ideas basically are examples of excellence that activate ethical skills, as Giovanni has already mentioned earlier. This year, again, like we do every year, we give an award to the winner of this contest. So we received many applications. So first of all, I would like to thank you all very much for sending your ideas, sending your videos. We have watched them all. You have displayed wonderful ideas again this year. As you all know, there are some board members that have evaluated your ideas, and we have come up with a winner again this year. I would just like to mention some names of the people who have sent their videos, just to mention some of them. Popa Alina Mirela from the Liceo Tecnologico de Industria Alimentară in Romania. Luciano Malfer, the Agencia for the Social Cohesion from Trento. Abdullah Halaraf and Rahat Uddin from IDEB, the Institution of Diploma Engineers of Bangladesh. We have received an application from Kazakhstan as well, Shokozna, I hope I pronounced it well, from the Medical Academy, and also our friend Dmitry Angelhov from Interactive Future. So without further delay, I would just like to, let's say, celebrate the two winners of this year, because we have gone through all the applications and we have selected two of these videos. Just because there were too many, we couldn't reward everybody. There was this ranking that we made. Unfortunately, some of them were, of course, great ideas, a little bit less than the others, but still. Congratulations to all of you, because they were all very interesting and inspiring for others, that's for sure. So shall we go with the winner, Giovanni? Can we have a drum roll?
The floor is yours.
So we thought to give two awards. The first one goes to Abdullah Halaraf from IDEB, the Institution of Diploma Engineers of Bangladesh. I will go a little bit more in detail later, but I would like to hear from you directly about your experience and about this the idea. So I will give you the floor in just 1 minute. And the second winner is Dimitri Angelhoff that we have here with us in Lisbon. So I will invite him to join me in just a while. They both came up with very innovative solutions. If you want, I can share my screen so we can watch the videos that we received from them all together. Can we do that, Giovanna? No one.
Now you can speak.
Okay. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen so we can watch together these two videos. The first one would be the one from IDEB. Okay, from IDEB. So from Abdullah Al-Araf from the IDEB organization of Bangladesh. And this is the video that we have received from him.
Wait.
Ma'am, you are muted. We can't hear you.
Okay, Giovanni.
Okay.
Okay.
So because we cannot share the videos right now because we have two computers in the same room and we hear the echo. So if Abdullah is connected and he can unmute yourself.
I think you must click here, no? So that they can hear. So they can understand.
Okay, Abdullah, I can see you.
Yeah, madam.
Hello, congratulations first of all for being one of the winners of the contest. And if you want, you can explain a little bit what it is about and show the video that you sent us directly by sharing your screen. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you so much, Skillman, for recognized our project as a winner for Ethical Skill Award once again. Last year we submit our project. This year also we submit another project. Actually, we are working in renewable energy for reducing carbon emission. Our project is a highway turbine. And we are working here in Bangladesh for green energy and promoting green sustainable energy by our project. Another time, thank you for giving us the opportunity once again. We hope we will work this project in future, and Skillman gives us the support, and that's thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Now we are ready to watch the video if you have it and you want to share it with us.
Sure. If you want, I can share that video.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Just. Okay, is my screen audio visible?
Yes.
Okay, so I am going to present our video.
Yeah, before you.
Yes, sir, please.
It's okay. It's okay. You can go. Go.
Okay. this is our project. We made a turbine for we make this turbine by using the vehicle speed and vehicle when moving in the highway road. Then it will produce generate electricity by using our turbine. Actually, this is a vertical axis wind turbine. We can use this turbine in a highway road or in the moving or our rooftop or our any types of place where the traditional turbine is so high and so big that is very costful. But this types of turbine we can use anywhere, and it's a very eco-friendly and user-friendly also. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you very much for your video, for idea. Keep working hard on your renewable energy projects, because this is the right direction. We support that, you know that. So we hope that we can have more of your ideas and the IDEP ideas in the future. Thank you, Abdullah, and congratulations again for your winning. Now, Giovanni, if you want, you can project this the video of the second winner. Dimitria Angelkov.
Okay.
Actually, Dimitria is with us today, so maybe he can tell us a little bit more about his project himself. So
I'm here and I can talk.
What's that?
Yes, Dimitri, if you want to introduce a little bit what your video is about and what your project is about, you can do it now if you want.
But where is?
Okay, thank you. We built reservoirs for nano composites.
Your camera is on, Dimitri.
Yeah, okay. I see, and I want. Do you see my screen? Yeah, we built big reservoirs with who collect the energy from sun, from windmills, from geothermal pumps, and it's lightweight, it's big, it's 100 tons, and we absorb all energy coming from a renewable source. And we put this in schools, in kindergarten, in homes. It's low cost. It's easily for transport. It's excellent example how to collect energy through the everyday per year, and calculation is so simple. We need 50 watts for 1 meter square space, and it's enough to heat your home. And this is enough for one home, because we collect energy through the 365 days per year. And we do the same model like Abdullah, and we're so happy because we create something in school with my students. It's simple windmill made by plastic pipes and wheels from bike. I don't see, but it's not matter. Idea is in this reservoir you can you can collect all energy from wind, from sun.
Connection is down, I think. Now again. Dimitria,
Thank you for your attention.
There were no audio connection. Your connection is moving up and down.
Okay. That's it. The main idea that we create energy accumulators, and we give example in this energy crisis in world how to collect in easily way. And when is the winter, when is the day cold, you can use this energy to heat your homes, your schools, because this is thermical isolated, and just 3 to 4% of energy lose. And that's it. Thank you for attention.
Okay, we try to send the video now. I test with my computer if we succeed in this. Just a moment. So you sent me this link. Is this one? Windmill with energy accumulator. Okay, we try, yeah? Be patient. Just a moment.
Ne geldim ya düştüm. Ha, çek.
Questo è il video. Vai.
Okay, Dimitri, if you're still there, can you hear me? Yes? Do you want me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Dimitri, if you're still there, congratulations.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, your video was very short, but your explanation was long enough for us to understand how the system works. Anyways, I would like to congratulate again Abdullah Al-Araf from IDEB Bangladesh. Thank you very much. Keep on sending us your videos in the next years, and also from your colleagues and peers. Same to you, Dimitria. You're also one of the people who send us video every year. So I really encourage you to keep on doing so. So yes, I would like to conclude this session today and the day for today's event, thanking all the participants of the contest. It was really nice to see all your projects and everything that you're doing. Another thing that I would like to stress is that we received videos from all over the world, so it's really a success from ours, seeing that there's so much commitment from every country of the world in this initiative that we launch. I didn't mention one fundamental aspect. To support and keep supporting your ideas, we have assigned the 500 euros award to the winner of each year's contest. So this is a support for students who don't really have a big budget to allocate to those ideas to keep going on. That's why this year, and with the blessing of Dimitra, who is a company leader, so not a student anymore, I would like to assign the 500 euros award to Abdullah Al-Araf as a student of IDEB. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
Yes, no problem. You're welcome. So yes, we've come up with the ending of the session of the video contest. So I think, Giovanni, we're ready for closing up the day, maybe with some remarks or anything you want to add.
Okay. So thank you very much for the participants to the video contest. and to you, Valentina, for managing this important celebration. Now we have our colleagues that are waiting for you outside to make an on-the-street interview to the director of the training center of the Association of Industrial Partners.
So I should run out.
So you have to go.
Okay,
and
bye-bye, everyone.
in the same moment, thank you, Abdullah. You can close your screen. In the same moment, I'm announcing Valentina 5 minutes break for the SIF coffee, as it was, as it is in my program now. So after this, for the ones that want to remain connected, we have this very short finalization of the day. So 5 minutes break. Here again. Close, please. Here again. Do you hear me? Okay. Now we have the closing remarks. I'm waiting to see online Irina from Reggio Emilia. She's moving now to the right place to make to give us the final information on how the parallel activity run in Italy. And we also have here from Lisbon. I'm waiting, I see pairing on the Zoom room. I'm seeing Valentina that is setting the camera because we have a final remark of the day. Yes, from the Association of Industrial Partners. I see that now the camera is taking on. So as soon as they will be ready, they can open the microphone. We have the director of COPRAI, that is the Training and Business Development Center of the Association of Industrial Producers of Portugal, that are hosting us with this very good solution. We have a very nice facilities at our university. But here we see you now. So, Benvinda, thank you very much for hosting us in this beautiful building and with all this support that you and your colleagues are giving us. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay, so you are online. You can watch the camera, and I'm here to introduce some aspect of our collaboration. You are members of the local COVE, but not only members, because, and not only in this occasion, you are showing your strong commitment to support the COVE development, the local partnership, and the transnational cooperation. And we are very happy and proud about your commitment and about the results that this commitment has produced, because the local partnership that you have built look very strong and effective. So,
thank you,
Catarina, I think you're welcome. It's a duty because in effect, you surprised me because you overpassed the expectations, and the quality is outstanding of all the solutions that you have provided for our guests. We have groups distributed in various zones of Lisbon. This morning we have seen a connection. We have seen a report from Valentina from the visit, the study visit, 20 minutes from here, I think. Now is your turn to make your remarks, and then we will have Irina from Emilia-Romagna also to report something. But I think that these are two different kinds of reports, because you are not going to report the activity in itself. You are going to make your comments because of your valuable role. Thank you, please.
Okay, thank you for your words. Thank you. So, here we are in front of Portuguese Industrial Association building and in the Lisbon Congress Center. Okay, we have a congress here today. We have the party with a lot of cars, and you can see the bridge, one of the most beautiful bridges in Portugal, the 25 bridge. 25 April Bridge, the date of our democratic revolution. So it is a great pleasure for Portuguese Industrial Association as a full partner member of Portuguese Cove to host the Skillman International Forum 2021 to promote TVETs around the world. This forum is being very dynamic with several activities at the same time. We have a plenary sessions and parallel sessions with various activities streaming to 500 participants in Europe, Asia, and America. In these 2 days in Lisbon, we had rich presentation about the challenge of technical VET in context of digital and green transition and social cohesion, and the role of the professionals of this sector. We also can see important assessment tools that we can apply in our industries as a way of inclusion and sustainability, and help them to build the new skills and competencies and qualifications for this sector and for this challenge after 2 years of pandemic. Thank you very much for this fantastic experience. And sorry about my English.
Thank you to you, Benvinda. It was great to be here. If you can hear, I thank you very much. And now I'm passing to Emilia-Romagna with the classic background that we have already seen yesterday. That was a very great first impression, but every time that we see this background, it's always nice. So it's not something that bore us, because it's beautiful background. And also we see the Italian colors that remind us that you are connected from Emilia-Romagna region in Italy. So Irina, what is the report for the today activities in Emilia-Romagna?
Hello to everyone, good evening. Again today from Cento, Emilia-Romagna. Today, hopefully no rain, so we have a better weather. Today we were in Reggio Emilia and we were hosted by Cheese, by one of the lead partner of the COVE of Reggio Emilia. They made an incredible study visit to 2 different centers. One is Human and Technology Training Center, where we saw how the curriculum, different types of curricula that contain practical and theoretical and practical training for the students are created. They explain us the importance of the region from the as economical point of view, as strategical a strategical location for the different organizations that they host. And also they showed us how the trainings of the students are performed, and in particular we were able to see the actual training of the students when in progress, when they were using the 3D printing and other issues. Later on we moved to the Innovative Digital Center, where we had a great presentation how the old railway station was transformed into the new high-tech technological center that hosts different types of international organization, and that is fully digitalized, and it hosts different organizations like Siemens offices and other. And it was a great study visits. So today was the last day, and our participants tomorrow will that were on site will be able to go back home, hopefully with good memories about the study trip.
Yeah,
So,
great to know. I think you were talking about the European hub for big data analysis and collection. Is a huge opera that is in preparation. I don't know when it will be inaugurated, but probably in 1 year, or you have information when they will start?
Sorry, may I ask you to repeat?
I was asking if you are informed when they are thinking to open the hub for big data analysis and the hub for big data.
No,
Okay,
sorry.
Okay, sorry, because you cannot hear me. No problem, no problem, Irina. Your report was very effective. Thank you very much. We have now the idea that many activities are running, but of course we will produce more deep reports of these activities. The reports will be accessible through the platform. I think that for today is enough. We have worked very hard in all the locations with the work groups. The only negative remark I have to do that I wish to be there, but I wasn't not able. But of course, for the participants that joined this visit, I think that the reminds will be very good, and also for their future job, they will bring home some many relevant information and new know-how that they can share at home. So thank you very much, Irina. Thank you very much to everybody connected. I think it's time to close, and we'll see each other tomorrow for the final beautiful events and workshops. Tomorrow online, tomorrow morning, and then we will have the final event of the Fit for Fourth project, very important pillars for the Skillman network. Thank you very much to everybody. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.